Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we bring Mr. Whitley back in, please? Ms. Gianetti, you can step up to the podium.
Thank you very much, Emma.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, yesterday you testified that when Karen Reed was brought to the hospital, she didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny and she didn't want to give a urine sample. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
It was clear to you that her reluctance to cooperate at that time was because she very much wanted to check on John's progress and status at the hospital, correct?
No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, you testified before the grand jury regarding this matter 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I
reluctant.
didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury 3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You swore to tell the truth in 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As good as today?
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question, is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question. So what, if any, interaction did you have with her, meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital once you were there? You remember that question, right?
I do.
And your answer was, after that, I helped escort her down to, they call it the psych hallway, where they have rooms set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And then she was unhappy that she wasn't able to see him, meaning John. And she kept trying to. She didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny. She didn't want to, I believe, give a urine sample. She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Right. No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir.
Okay.
To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Ms.
Your
Gianetti.
Honor,
Ask
may
a
the witness be
question.
instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question. Answer.
Answer the question that's asked of you, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, ask a question.
You testified yesterday that she didn't want to give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample, that Ms. Reed had gotten her period and did not have a tampon?
I was aware she was on her period, yes.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at
Observing
all
them,
times,
correct.
correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir, but she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is, she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
All right. Now, in your testimony yesterday, you discussed the topic of your memory of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic, and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation, and your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
But before I cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic, correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right, and direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in 2022. That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what if any questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer, in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not
I'm not asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right, so he was answering you, Mr.
My
Yannetti.
question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you attribute the words many hours in the snow to Ms. Reed, yes or no?
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did at that.
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that I was just told to be brief and give generalizations. She quantified many hours in the snow when we were back at the end.
Let me try this again, sir.
So,
because
Mr. Yannetti, you're just saying 2022. Get to a date
Of course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April, no.
Okay. The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury stand.
But again, no mention of
Right.
many hours in 2022. Okay. Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was, yes. She was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
All right? And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant, and you answered yes? You recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you, before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant, and your answer was yes?
You're talking about Lee, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road?
When you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road, we're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you, okay? Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left, when we left.
Well, before you left. He meant before you left the scene.
Okay,
when
no,
you
I'm
were-
just trying to clarify.
Again, the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not
So,
trying to trick you.
Mr. Yannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear, now go.
Understood. And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was, so we were talking, she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said, supposedly, or asked supposedly, about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking.
Not my question.
I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that she claimed or asked that he was sitting outside, correct?
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
So
Was that-
just ask the question, not let's try it,
Sure.
let's try it.
Was that the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside?
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used the
I'm not
word
asking you
sitting?
to clarify anything. I'm asking you whether that was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
I'm sorry, I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking you about Ms. Reed's statements, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. Her
Okay.
statements to you and your testimony about her statements to you. Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentions the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using She might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay, so when you testified yesterday before this jury
Yes,
that she mentioned the words sitting outside, you're now saying that that might not have been accurate, correct?
it could have been a different word.
Okay, but you didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday, you just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I said, sitting.
All right, so now we get from, the grand jury with many hours mentioned, to questions about many hours, to sitting outside, to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure. On cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside, if there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many
All right,
hours.
so again, it was a question, sir.
She asked me, and we were just trying to give her hope in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could survive outside in the snow.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefer.
Okay.
When you were called to the grand jury, was the testimony as in-depth and as long as it is in front of this jury?
No, not even close.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word for word what you've said in the past?
Objection.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
I'm going to let that one. Do you record your statements?
No,
Next question.
When you testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said, the defendant told you, I'm upset if he dies, I want to die. And then you later testify last year, and you said, if my husband dies, I want to die. Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No,
Is that you trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
no,
Sir, when you were recounting what happened that day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
When you were asked by the defendant about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort, and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia, did you have that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you necessarily share those conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No,
Is it something you typically put everything in your report?
no, we do not write. Generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, what they did, not their opinions or anything like that to what's going on.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March of 2006, and an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you've brought the fire engine down?
I do.
I'm going to allow it.
When you're at that block party, do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Put your career on the line?
Sister.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Yannetti?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Firefighter Whitley, you are all set, sir.
I'd like to play clip 5, Your Honor.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Okay.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You just scooch in close to the microphone, thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jean DeMulis. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, if you would, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes.
Thank you. How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
For 6 years.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes.
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at it before?
Yes.
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
No.
You maintain it on your own?
Yes.
At some point, were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
Yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I believe it was January 28th, 27th, 28th of 2022.
Around that time?
Yes.
Did you allow access to the video system?
Yes.
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
Yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detectives' names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes.
At some point, was he allowed to download information from the surveillance system?
Yes.
Did you watch him do that?
Yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
Yes.
Move to introduce.
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I play just a small portion?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just some random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or information about that night. I just want to know if is this a fair and accurate depiction of what C.F. McCarthy's looks like?
Yes.
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment
No.
since this video was taken?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have no questions.
All right, Mr. Lewis, you're all set.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Bridget Meehan.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Bridget Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
The name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
We've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to move.
Ready?
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip. Okay, stop, please. Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's?
No.
I'm sorry, the waterfall?
Yes.
I'm trying to switch establishments on you. Back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes.
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
No questions.
All right, Ms. Meehan, you
Thank
are
you.
all set. All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Commonwealth calls Mike Camerano.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now adjourned to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Take this stand.
Good morning.
May I?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Mr. Camerano, can I ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's, they had a benefit for his sister in 2013. I met John there for the first time. And then years later, our kids got involved with sports together, and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. That Friday, my daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together. And, just, go over like how it would be so much fun, something new, different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan,
And how about his niece?
same.
They both got accepted to
They
the same
both got
school?
accepted to the same school.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately, you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your 2 daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
No, just the 2 girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation for
Yes,
the
there was
next
an
morning?
expectation. Yes,
And what was that?
that there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming.
Yes.
When you left, did you leave in a separate car than John, or did you leave together?
No, we left together. We were John got in my car, and we were leaving. We're going to leave.
Where were the girls?
The girls are in the house, stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to CF McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time at CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend, and then Karen came in.
The friend,
Yes.
what was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then, how long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
I would like to say within an hour or so. Not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
When the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and her and John were mostly talking.
Okay. You didn't see any issues?
No.
It was a normal night,
Seemed to be, yes.
as far as you could see?
Yes.
And you saw John drinking.
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in the backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh. Where did you go?
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, in between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter Madeline
Did you go?
at John's house.
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No. We went to the side door
Okay.
and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where'd you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls
Who were the missed phone calls
from my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked
Why did you go to John's house?
because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know if she was alone?
Yes,
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee, what did she look like?
She looked distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay.
Did she come with you?
Yes.
Where are you going?
To my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe, Paul called me and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Did you know anything at that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
Asked Madeline and Kaylee if, I'd say, Madeline, we come for the ride. I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car, and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No, I didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
So what happens next?
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No.
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day. Yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes,
Many?
there was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Mr. Cameron.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes,
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
I was close with them. Yes,
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so?
Sounds correct.
And you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often?
Yes,
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes,
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
they did go to the Cape. Yes,
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field. And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And in your view, Karen was very good with kids, right?
Correct.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes,
You saw how they interacted with each other over that year period that you knew Karen?
yes,
You saw how they got along?
yes.
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes, I mean, he would, I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
we will get to that. that would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
Or he'd complain if, you know, Karen was taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very expensive sweater, right?
Correct.
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fen?
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't a continuation of the celebration of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
Actually, I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see. And he wanted you to move your car because of the storm coming in, and he wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes, extremely.
And it showed you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Sustained.
You took from that there was an expectation that Karen would be coming back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and John, correct?
No.
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
Yes, he did mention though that night that he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
Well, yes.
Okay. But in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
Yes.
And she did show up to McCarthy's at about 8:30 p.m. or so?
Yes, I guess, if that's the time.
And you saw an affection.
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you
If
said?
that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after you'd
Yes.
gotten there. Right.
Correct.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes.
You saw them kiss, right?
Yes.
You saw John put his arm around Karen,
Correct.
and you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace.
Correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes,
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
they did.
That night they were affectionate,
Yes.
laughing,
Yes.
happy,
Yes.
like a normal couple.
Yes.
No arguments.
No.
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
No.
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors, other than what you saw?
I'll allow it.
No.
Do you know whether or not they texted each other that day?
No, that day, no.
Do you know whether or not there was any arguments that day?
I'll allow it.
Not to my, no, I don't know if they were, well, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation. I
Do you
don't
know
know.
if there's any vulgarities that day?
No,
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that night?
no, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Do you know that, sir?
No,
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
I'll allow it.
I mean, I mean, Karen wouldn't let, I mean, they did everything together, a lot of things together, and I thought at times, yeah, you could see, you know, she didn't want other women around John. I don't know, not at that, but
Thank you.
Any follow-up? All right, Mr. Camerano, you're all set, sir. I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
May I?
Please.
I'm going to recall Nick Garino.
Okay.
Parliament, please.
Sir, you can have a seat. I'll remind you you're still in your.
Or stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to do, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Sir, yesterday we talked about downloading phones and making what you called extractions.
Yes.
And from that data, you could create different types of reports.
So have Detective Garino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry. Again, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned yesterday that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's correct.
You explained to us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yes, so the extractions into a program of our choosing, Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator is looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
How do you create a report from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep, so in the program, you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats, PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the call logs, just want to make sure it's between John O'Keefe and the defendant from, just want to see the dates, the 28th, January 20th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data for the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
Thank you. I'd like to move this as an exhibit, please.
Okay. So,
If I could, Your Honor, just want to compare to make sure we got the same.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Content?
Thank you, Your Honor. Content.
Okay.
No objection.
You captured all of the phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight, for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes.
For January 29, 2022?
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'd move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you.
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can we have just a briefing over, please?
It's sidebar?
No.
Just the two of-
Compare them, what we have.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Sir, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes. This is the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on 29th on January 29th, 2022.
And this is through a search of Cellbrite, you match their data, pull up all of their conversations?
Yes, that's
Like
correct.
that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move to introduce this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Similarly to the chats, did you do the same with calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document, sir. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I get all the dates correct, just for January 29th, 2022.
I think this is evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you do a file extraction and a report on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant from January 28th to January 29th, 2022.
Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to make a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
What's a call log report?
Again, the call log report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they've called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what it is?
It's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
It looks like everyone she called.
Introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What we just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Yes.
That's fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Guys, take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the phone calls from the defendant and Jennifer McCabe, January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Did you isolate calls between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 22?
Yes, I did.
Can I see the last exhibit, please? Thank you, sir. I asked you to take a look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022. Yes.
And that's a report you created.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate and produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what that is?
This is text messages between the defendant and Kerry Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
I would move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, this is the way we have to put evidence in cases in Massachusetts, okay?
Sir, do you have an opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if you look at this document, do you recognize it?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is a text conversation between the defendant and looks like a group chat between Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
Did you make that report?
Yes, this is on January 29, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
If this is a good time, if Your Honor would permit.
Okay. Jurors, what we're going to do is we will take our morning recess now. We'll take 20 minutes to a half an hour. We'll see you then.
Session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Just a few more items I'd like you to recognize. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
Your Honor, I'd ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I'd ask it to be marked for identification as well.
All right. Thank you.
Trooper, you shared with us that you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified, and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yes, so I didn't do the extraction of Jen's phone, but I made those reports with the PDFs from the data extraction.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant's phones, you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29, 2022.
Yes, it also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents, trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
And did you begin that PowerPoint presentation with a call at 2:16:10 on January 28, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there additional chats or text messages earlier that morning?
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a folder, sir. Could you take a look at it? Let us know if you recognize what's in it.
Yes. So this is the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and then at the beginning, there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
For permission, I'd ask the witness to read the text messages from the morning hours, and then we begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if we have another copy if you don't have it.
All right, I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours. The ones that we discussed at Sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Madam? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Okay, thank you.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Please.
Could you first read the text messages from that morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize if I misspell things or state things. Start time, all right. It's a little different than the format I had before. All right, this is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You have really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49:20 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This is sent at 10:02:56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I am falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I am trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I know. I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:12 a.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12:36 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji is sent at 12:21:59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, it's true, I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12:22:51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12:31:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself, at 12:31:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12:32:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day. And be so proud of yourself, JJ. That's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We're all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe you can call someone. 1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what time are you coming here? 1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's another emoji sent, 2:05:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head, 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay, 2:06:25 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later, 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure, 2:06:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to, oh, no, it's cut off here, so
Yeah. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
that must be where the, so,
Would it be helpful if I take it out of the binder?
I believe it, yeah, it goes to the next one, so I'll start. Yeah, sorry.
With the court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Should I
At your
do it
leisure.
first? Okay. The phone calls, text messages, and then we'll start with the first slide. This is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not sure what you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. 2:17:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:17:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The phone call is answered and they speak for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's again answered at 10, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 p.m., the defendant calls John, and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:28:40 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Greeno, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call, to stop it from ringing. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:32:47 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, OMG, stop calling. 2:32:54 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning? 2:32:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:33:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started a number of fights from your end. 2:33:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:33:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore. 2:33:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct. 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji. 2:34:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me. 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. the defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm not answering, stop calling. 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:54 p.m. the defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, Kaylee is right here. 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, you start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going, not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, have to take them to the doctor, he has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, my father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not right now. 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for amends. 2:46:16 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things, and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:56 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 p.m., John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 p.m. 2:58:05 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji at 3:10:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, yeah, well now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch. 3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, that too. 3:37:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight, 3:38:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know, 3:39:17 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go, 3:39:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one, 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home, 4:50:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 4:50:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, 5:01:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids, I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging it for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story, and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while, and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really? Emoji. 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle, 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji, 5:17:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out, 5:17:54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:19:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump. 5:20:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5:20:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago, 5:20:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll text you, hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill, 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what, FB? 5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years. 5:33:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Kerry texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay, 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where, 6:17:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them, 6:18:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option, wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, 6:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight, 6:31:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me, 6:32:24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere, 6:33:44 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times, 6:34:34 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:38:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too. 6:39:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:39:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know. 6:40:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this. 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving, Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:46:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet. 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's. 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield. 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's. 7:22:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off. 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight, 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower. 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow, no driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming. 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after. 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji. 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael. 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy Richie fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant from the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, status, 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, still here with an emoji, 8:09:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here, 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need, 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know, he showed me some pieces that was all rusted, with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff, 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, on the water heater, 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday, 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm, 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work, 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m., 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road, 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense, can't drive, 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't, 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday, 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday, 8:31:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there, 8:31:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I too know I can take a hot shower here if I need to, 8:32:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday, 8:32:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing, 8:32:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it, 8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now, 8:33:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere, 8:33:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight, bad snow is in the early a.m., 8:35:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min, let me know if you leave, 8:35:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, he says sure, 8:35:34 p.m. on the 28th. And that was the last of them.
We're almost done, sir.
And you can feel free to stand.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 28, 2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, at this time, I'd ask us to release Trooper Guerrino and recall him at a later date.
Yes. All right. There's no objection, Mr. Alessi, correct?
No objection, subject to prevention.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can just leave it.
I got it.
Is this the time for me to see counsel at sidebar? Okay.
Sure, Mayor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 7 through 11.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's,
'Cause you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say, I'd have like a normal amount. Let's say, like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a
Yeah,
sense.
buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall, and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive, and did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know like, my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, jurors, there was some confusion with counsel regarding witnesses. So those are the witnesses for today, so we're done for today. Counsel assures me that won't happen again, but more importantly, we're on track. We're on schedule, not going for the rest of the day, won't interfere with our schedule at all. It looks like, I can't tell with all the curtains here, but it looks like it's a beautiful day. You'll have a nice afternoon. Tomorrow we'll be going on a view. So for that, we're comfortable clothes. We'll be walking around a little bit. We'll be going by bus, and I'll have more instructions for you tomorrow morning. But please follow those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow's a hot day.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me. Jury is exited the courtroom.
All right.
Please be seated.
Mr. Brennan, have you had an opportunity to think about whether experts should be permitted to either be present or watch the proceeding? And I also want to know, are you expecting to put on any expert testimony tomorrow?
Dr. Fowler will testify tomorrow. I think that should be considered expert testimony. He provides the procedures and protocol for the testing of blood serum.
Okay.
So I think he's technically considered an expert, although one of the briefer ones.
All right. Does the defense want an expert to be able to watch that? All right. So I know we've had a lot going on this morning. Do you want to address this tomorrow? When do you want to address whether experts should be present?
If I can address it tomorrow morning, I can consider
All right.
it.
We'll do that. And have you talked about who you all mean? Like, do you all know who you want to have exempt from the sequestration order?
We haven't got to that detail. I'm sure they have in mind who they want. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
All
We
right.
can have that discussion and so that we can present it tomorrow what my position is and address the court on the witnesses.
Sure, we can do that. And then I know you said that you've got an agreement that you'll provide witnesses or a list of witnesses in advance to defense counsel, and I'm sure you'll provide witnesses in advance to Mr. Brennan. Include me on that, please. I just like to know
Very
who's
well.
coming up the next day because I have to prepare as well.
Happy to, thank you.
Okay? All right, so we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you again.
All rise.
When your real estate license is coming up for renewal, learning online with the CE Shop is the best way to renew. We've perfected the online learning experience since we were founded over 15 years ago. We've been a key part of the real estate career of hundreds of thousands of agents. Our courses are fully online and mobile friendly, and they're written by industry experts with decades of experience. Complete your CE courses online and on your time. We even offer multi-state licensing for easy renewal across state lines. Find your courses at theceshop.com. When your real estate license is coming up for renewal, learning online with the CE Shop is the best way to renew. We've perfected the online learning experience since we were founded over 15 years ago. We've been a key part of the real estate career of hundreds of thousands of agents. Our courses are fully online and mobile friendly, and they're written by industry experts with decades of experience. Complete your CE courses online and on your time. We even offer multi-state licensing for easy renewal across state lines. Find your courses at theceshop.com.
The coastline, we've got that sea breeze and a strong one at that today, so we'll be about 5 to 8 degrees cooler at the coastline today, heading into those mid-60s. Tomorrow, though, is the mildest day of our work week. I wouldn't be surprised if some interior locations not only hit the mid-70s, but maybe exceed it in a few spots because of a southwesterly wind that kicks up even the coastline tomorrow, heading into those middle to upper 60s and maybe up near 70 degrees. So 2 more very, very mild days are ahead. And in Providence, actually one of our warmer spots this morning, sitting in the low 50s, even though much of the surrounding region sitting in the 40s this morning. So heading out the door, maybe a bit crisp for that morning dog walk, but generally pretty pleasant. Our winds right now only 10 miles per hour, and that's from the north. We'll see a wind shift today, and eventually by late in the day, we'll see a southerly wind, which helps to boost up our temperatures late in the day as well. But even by noontime today, to go along with our mostly sunny skies, it's going to be a great one for getting out on your lunch break, maybe for a walk. Most of us already seeing those 60s. Interior locations again today, flirting with near 70 degrees, so some a little bit lower, some a little bit higher. And at the coastline, we'll have that cooler sea breeze leaving us in the lower 60s. Another beautiful day is ahead for tomorrow as well, but we do start to see some changes. Early Friday, we're in the 50s. We'll see plenty of sunshine, but as this area of high pressure begins to slowly slide its way further east, we're seeing more cloudiness building in, plus a wind direction from the southwest. Yes, that helps to boost up our temperatures, but it also might be bringing in, as I mentioned about 5 or 6 minutes ago, that wildfire smoke. So throughout the day tomorrow, more clouds and maybe a milky appearance to our sky because of that smoke as well. More clouds fill in by Friday night, and here's our next weather maker. It's some scattered rain showers as we head into Saturday. A 50-50 split of a weekend. Saturday is looking pretty wet for us, so enjoy today and enjoy Friday. Again, many inland spots in the mid-70s. We're cooling off this weekend as that rain and as that frontal system pulls in. Lower 60s, which, yes, is where we should be for this time of the year, but it will be a noticeable difference after, at this point, about 7 days all above average with our temperatures. So here's how the weekend will be shaping up. We've got this area of low pressure pulling its way in, looking like an all-day rain on Saturday. It might start a little patchy, but generally we see some pockets of some pretty heavy and steady rain around lunchtime, early afternoon. Eventually high pressure slides in for us by Sunday, so we're clearing things out through the first half of Sunday with much more sunshine. It will be breezy in the meantime, though, as this storm system moves through. We could see a 30 to a 40 mile per hour wind throughout the day on Saturday. And in terms of our rain totals, looking like half an inch of rain, maybe a little bit more in some isolated spots. Isolated potential there of about an inch of rain throughout the day on Saturday. So if you're trying to get outside, Sunday's your better bet, near 60 degrees. If that's a little too cool for you, next week we're looking at almost all above average temperatures in the 70s.
When your real estate license is coming up for renewal, learning online with the CE Shop is the best way to renew. We've perfected the online learning experience since we were founded over 15 years ago. We've been a key part of the real estate career of hundreds of thousands of agents. Our courses are fully online and mobile friendly, and they're written by industry experts with decades of experience. Complete your CE courses online and on your time. We even offer multi-state licensing for easy renewal across state lines. Find your courses at theceshop.com.
The biggest thing I have out of all of this is if you see something that you feel is off, say something.
Now on Sunrise and only on 10, a man who says he helped Cranston police arrest a group of thieves tells us his side of the story.
Another warm day is ahead. Wow, look at this. Those clear skies giving us a gorgeous sunrise this morning coming up. I have more details on just how quickly those temperatures are on the rise today and where some of our mildest temperatures of the week are headed for tomorrow.
At new this morning, why a bill to return Providence schools back to the city is getting some pushback.
NBC 10 News Sunrise starts right now.
So nice. Needed to do that this morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, Thursday, April 24th, and a gorgeous start. As you can see, the sun is right in the palm of our hands.
Yes, beautiful. Just love just the streak. Look at it right there.
It's beautiful. Comes right in.
So
yes. And it's going to be warm, so it's not deceiving this morning.
Exactly, yeah. Before we get to Kristen on the roads, Christina's here with just how high those temps are going today.
It's going to be another nice one, guys. Just like yesterday, a lot of sunshine, even more than yesterday. And with that, our temperatures are still heading into those upper 60s and low 70s. So still running above average for yet another day. We have dropped a little, though, with our morning temperatures just because of those early morning clear skies. So just something to consider if you're getting ready to head out the door. More mid-40s now in Burrillville and Smithfield. Low 40s for those of us waking up in North Attleboro. Upper 40s in Coventry. Now North Kingstown, Providence, and Newport. All in those upper 40s. Same goes with Westerly as well, and even New Bedford. But we do have some cooler pockets out there. Taunton, for instance, down just into the 30s. It's because of those clear skies that we're seeing early this morning. But all of the sunshine helps to warm us up in quite a nice way today. Again, running about 8 degrees, if not more above average today, heading into those upper 60s and low 70s. High pressure just off to our southwest is to thank. So we are likely to see a few inland areas head into those lower 70s, nearing 70 degrees at the airport. Those of us close to the south coastline, though, more lower to mid 60s. Coming up, more details on these temperatures. Kristen?
Alrighty, thank you, Christina. I am surely looking forward to that. Now with your Smart Route traffic update, we're taking a look at some of your popular commute times if you're headed into the city of Providence this morning at 6:02 now. We're still looking good at just 4 minutes on 195 West from Seekonk to the Split. If you're headed into Providence traveling on 95 South from Pawtucket, that'll just take you about 5 minutes there. If you're headed over to I-95 on Route 146 southbound from Lincoln, that's looking great, taking drivers just about 6 minutes there. We don't get a better drive time there for that route. And here's a live look at the 610 connector in the area of Dean Street, where your inbound travel is looking really good. Not seeing any brake lights pop up there. Also, your outbound travel on the 610 connector by the looks of that camera are looking good too. You're at about a 10-minute long ride on 95 North from East Greenwich up and into Providence. Allison?
3 men and a 15-year-old boy are now facing charges after police say they robbed 2 teens at gunpoint in Cranston.
Yeah, they took off from the scene in a ride share, and this morning that driver is telling NBC 10 in an exclusive interview that he had a feeling something was off as soon as they got into the car. NBC 10's Kennedy Buck, she spoke with him early this morning. She joins us live now with the signs he says he saw and what led to their arrest. Good morning, Kennedy.
Hey, good morning, Mario and Allison. The driver, who wishes to remain anonymous, says he had no idea that he was driving suspects away from the crime, but he did have a gut feeling that something was off. Now, last Monday, police say 2 teenagers were held at gunpoint outside of a Cold Stone Creamery in Cranston before suspects then hopped in a car and left. The driver tells me no one in the group ordered the ride. It was actually done by a family member or a friend. And then when he pulled up, all 4 of them ran to his car, which scared him at first. He said the rest of the drive was quiet and he dropped them off in Johnston. But luckily, the 2 teenagers who were held at gunpoint wrote his license plate down, which led police to his door that same night.
The group come from Shaw's side of things, and then they just ran into the truck. They were very hurried, very hush-hushed. But they tried to make, a few statements that, caught my ears due to my training. But I never really thought too much of it until detectives rolled up.
And coming up in a half hour, hear about the dash camera video that was in his car that was shared with police and how this led to their arrests. For now in Cranston, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
Really sad and sobbing on the stand, the mother of John O'Keefe giving tearful testimony at Karen Reed's murder retrial.
Yeah, Peggy O'Keefe was very emotional as she described her son's condition when he was found.
He was bruised up, his eyes were closed. I hear Karen Reed yell, "Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?" And she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, "You just left him there?"
Karen Reed accused of killing John O'Keefe by hitting him with her car in 2022. Reed denies killing him, her team saying it was a cover-up.
You can watch the trial live as it happens on our NBC 10 WJAR YouTube channel every night at 5 o'clock. NBC 10's Gene Valicenti will have live coverage on what's going on in court. And then at 6 o'clock, a summary from Katie Benoit. She'll recap all of the day's events.
Now an update on the Aaron Thomas trial. There have been no new sessions this week. The judge dealing with a family emergency. A spokesman for the court tells NBC 10 the plan is to resume the trial on April 30th.
A Cranston man sentenced to 20 years in federal prison for running what prosecutors call a highly productive drug lab. This was all found in a house in Pawtucket 2 years ago. Jorge Pimental admitted to producing nearly 20,000 fentanyl-laced pills. At the time, this was one of the largest fentanyl seizures in Rhode Island. Also new this morning, Rhode Island state lawmakers are considering a bill that could return the Providence Public School District back to local control for the first time since 2019.
NBC 10's Abby Buttacavoli live with why there's disagreement from city, state, and school leaders on this. Good morning, Abby.
Yeah, Alice and Mario, good morning. At the core of this debate, the Mayor Brett Smiley, and the city want to regain control of the Providence Public School District soon. But the state education department and the superintendent don't think it's time. Now, at last night's House hearing, Mayor Brett Smiley echoing his hopes to regain local control by July 1st. Smiley also says the city is committed to fulfilling its legal obligations to properly fund the district. The mayor released a report earlier this month showing how the city plans to transition the district back to local control. It was met with heavy criticism by state and local education leaders. Providence Superintendent Javier Montañez called the city's report one-sided and urged lawmakers to vote no.
I'm ready and willing to work with everyone and anyone at the table to create such a plan to make sure that our students have every opportunity to be successful and we become a student-centered district.
We are committed to continuing down the path that has been started by the state, but to do so in a way that better includes the voices of our parents, of their caregivers, of the community members who regularly say that they feel unheard.
Now, the state takeover was extended to last until 2027, but if this bill passes, the city would regain control by July 1st. The bill was sent for study, for more review, and another hearing has not been announced. Reporting live, Abby Buttacavoli, NBC 10 News.
Happening today on the clock, the 2025 NFL Draft kicks off tonight. Coming up in our next half hour, you're going to hear how the city of Green Bay is preparing to host hundreds of thousands of football fans.
Exciting. Next on Sunrise, death in Purgatory Chasm. A mother of 4 killed while she was at the nearby hiking area with her family. Christina?
It's going to be a beautiful and warm day. Lots of sunshine. A great one for getting outside. Mostly sunny skies for us to start and to finish today. It's going to be our brightest day as temperatures for some throughout the interior do touch near 70. Coming up, I have more details on an even milder day ahead to wrap up the work week tomorrow. 10 now is the time on this Thursday morning. We are being woken up to with a gorgeous view. Most of us are seeing a very similar view outside with mostly sunny skies to start off our day and only a few streaky high clouds this morning. Otherwise, a gorgeous view. Now, we see mostly sunny skies. Stick around for us all day long. It's going to be a lovely one, a great one for getting out for a walk. Maybe if you're taking the dog out for a walk this morning, just know it's going to be cool to start. Many of us in the 40s heading into the low 50s by 7 to 9 a.m. Good news, though, temperatures warm up pretty quickly today. We'll be seeing low to mid 60s as early as lunchtime today. A great afternoon for either dining outside, having your lunch outside, or your dinner as well. Just keep in mind at the coastline, we're only heading into the lower to mid 60s. Still very sunny, though. Coming up, more details on that 10-day. Kristen?
Alrighty, thank you, Christina. If you're traveling up to the Boston area on Route 24 northbound, you're going to hit some slowdowns north of 495 because of an accident in Stoughton in the area of exit 38. But these backups start to build up as soon as the area of exit 33. So your drive time right now is at about 40 minutes, about 10 minutes slower than normal from Fall River up to I-93 right now. Just traveling up to 495 there, though, things look good for you. Also looking good is that sunshine that we have out there. Here's a live look at Route 138 east and westbound travel lanes. Mario.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Now to a heartbreaking tragedy in Sutton, Massachusetts. Police say a mother of 4 fell to her death while hiking at Purgatory Chasm.
Her family was with her. They ran to get help when it happened suddenly yesterday afternoon. Park rangers then called 911. She was pronounced dead at the scene. We're told the woman from Topsfield was only 49 years old.
We had somebody that just fell in Purgatory in the middle of the chasm.
Town of Sutton, we extend our sympathies to the family for this tragic loss from this fall.
The recreation area has large rock formations and a deep gorge. Its marked trails make it a popular spot for hikers.
Coming up, food dye banned. Why some of your favorite treats may soon look and taste different.
All right, 6:15 on this Thursday morning. Our camera live look from the Retrial Lighthouse in Jamestown. Look at that beautiful sun up in the sky right now, 50 degrees on this Thursday morning. We've dropped a couple since we first started, but the good news is those temps are really going to respond to this sunshine. Later in the day, we're going to hit back into the low 70s again. Christine's forecast on that coming up, and Kristen's got your Thursday morning commute with some slowdowns on 24 North heading into Boston. All of that in just a few minutes, but first, time for quick hits.
Right now, the search for this missing man from Mansfield continues. His name is Eric Ween. He was reported missing last week. His car was last seen in South Kingstown. It was towed from Ocean Avenue on April 10th. You're urged to call South Kingstown Police with any more information.
So NBC 10 getting some answers after those rocks rained down in Westerly. A quarry blast and debris flying last week in the area of Ashaway Road. Several homes were damaged. State Fire Marshal tells NBC 10 that main drilling and blasting was following regulations. We're told some kind of geological condition may have caused the problem. The investigation continues.
And a church in the Olneyville section of Providence is being converted into apartments now. St. Teresa of Avila Church was built in the 1880s, but it closed in 2009. There will now be 26 units. 5 of them will be affordable housing. Applications open up in June, and developers are hoping to open up the apartments to make them public as soon as this fall.
Well, on Wall Street, markets boomed following news President Trump backed down on his threat to remove Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. The Dow rose 419 points to start trading today at 39,606. The Nasdaq gained 407 and the S&P closed up 88. But a live look at futures trading shows everything in the red right now. The Dow Jones down about 215, the Nasdaq down just about 100 points in pre-market trading.
A group of 12 states is suing the Trump administration over the president's use of tariffs, too. It's taking the matter to the U.S. Court of International Trade. President Trump is claiming he can impose tariffs single-handedly due to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. It gives the president authority to respond to unusual and extraordinary threats. The lawsuit argues that's, though, an overreach.
Honda's recalling more than 150,000 Acura SUVs. A fault in the tailgate lid could cause the exterior and interior lights to fail. The recall includes the Acura MDX model years 2014 through 2020. Dealers will fix this problem free of charge. Letters will go out to owners at the end of May.
Happening today, Hasbro will release the company's first quarter financial results. The Pawtucket-based toy maker plans to have a decision on a potential move by the summer. They shared with employees that they're making progress trying to figure out its headquarters earlier this month. Word came out last year that Hasbro was looking into the idea of moving out of the state, maybe going up to Boston.
Well, a move that could impact some of your favorite snacks. The Food and Drug Administration announced wants to phase out certain food dyes by the end of next year.
It's all aimed at making foods a bit healthier. The Department of Health and Human Services and the FDA together, they want to specifically remove petroleum-based synthetic dyes and then fast-track the review of natural alternatives.
Nobody wants to eat petroleum. Everybody knows there's enough science out there that we know it's terrible for you.
Research in animals has shown a potential link between some dyes and an increased risk of cancer or tumors. For now, the plan relies on the cooperation of food manufacturers. Are you going to see an increased risk of some slow drive times out there? Here's Kristen with your Smart Route traffic.
You will if you travel on Allens Avenue because of construction that we have still going on today and tomorrow from 7 a.m. until 4 p.m. So during the daytime hours, this is from Blackstone Street to Eddy Street for those hurricane barrier repairs that are going on again in Providence on Allens Ave, where we have lane closures, which could certainly cause some backups for our workday commuters. We do still have that accident in Stoughton on Route 24 northbound near exit 38, and this is slowing down your travels if you're headed up to the Boston area this morning, making your drive time about 10 minutes longer than normal on Route 24 northbound. This is from Fall River up to I-93. Right up to 495, though, on Route 24 northbound is still looking good, and we are still moving swiftly on 24 north in the area of Taunton. Here's a live look at I-95 in the area of Thurber's Avenue, where we have everything running well. Christina?
Looks good. Thank you, Kristen. Looks pretty bright out there as well. So make sure you have your sunglasses for a very bright morning commute. We've got mainly clear skies, so sun glare probably slow you down at times, both this morning and also for your evening drive. But here's the highlight of the day, the afternoon hours. And it's going to be another warm one, well above average. Remember, this time of the year, low 60s are the norm. We're actually reaching the low to mid 60s at the beaches today. And the further inland you are, the milder it'll be. So many of us get close to that 70-degree mark. We might hit it late in the day. A lot of us heading into the upper 60s, though, like Fall River, like Exeter, and again, some heading into those low 70s the further away from the coastline you are. We're not done with the mild temperatures quite yet, though. Tomorrow is looking even milder still because of a southwest wind that picks up even the beaches tomorrow, heading into at least the upper 60s. Inland temperatures reaching at least the mid 70s. I wouldn't be surprised if many of us throughout the interior do climb into those upper 70s, but it would be a little bit more isolated, and we will be seeing 60s closer to the Cape and the islands that we are for Friday afternoon. So 2 more fantastic days ahead. Make sure you're enjoying it because our temperatures are falling as we head into the weekend. Glorious start for us, though, this morning. In the meantime, this is our People's Credit Union Skycam Network from Speedcraft Auto Group. This is our Jamestown camera view from Beavertail Light. A gorgeous start, again, with those clear skies. A little breezy, upper 40s right now, so many of us are on the cooler side compared to yesterday morning start. But not to worry, we warm up very quickly today. By lunchtime, already tapping into those 60s. So if you have that extra layer on this morning, you can ditch it this afternoon. It's t-shirt weather for sure as we get into those low mid 60s at lunch. This afternoon, a great one for getting outside. Again, a perfect kind of spring day where, yes, you can burn because our UV index is high, but our humidity is nice and low. So we'll be seeing those again lower to mid 60s at the beaches and those low 70s at least throughout the interior. Tomorrow we wake up in the 50s, a milder start for us. And again, we tap into those mid 70s throughout the interior because of this southwest wind that begins to draw up. Meanwhile, though, this area of high pressure that's been keeping us warm and dry so far this work week, it begins to slide off to our east. So with that, we see a little bit more cloudiness working in, plus maybe a hazy sky from some wildfire smoke from New Jersey Jersey. Those clouds begin to thicken up for Friday evening with some scattered rain developing Saturday morning. We are expecting some pockets of steady rain, though, throughout the first half of our weekend. That's also when our temperatures begin to fall. So after all these above average temperatures, including Friday, where again inland temperatures could head into the mid 70s, we're rainy and cooler on Saturday in the lower 60s and only near 60 on Sunday, although we'll be drier. This storm system looks to impact us pretty much all day on Saturday with some steady rain, especially late morning, early afternoon. Takes a little while to clear on Sunday as well. This area of high pressure building in from the west is slow to build in, so we'll likely see some afternoon sunshine on Sunday, but it is overall the pick of the weekend because Saturday, a lot of rain, half an inch to almost an inch of rainfall across the area. But because that cold front passes through Saturday night, we're still left pretty cool on Sunday, even slightly below average, only topping out near 60. No worries, though. Next week, we're shooting right back up to those above average low 70s for at least 3 days. Mario?
All right, thank you, Christina. A number of Middletown residents are continuing to push back against a proposed development along West Main Road between Coddington Highway and Valley Road.
This is on the area of Potsy Field. For more than a decade, there has been discussion in town about transforming the 15-acre area into a town center. The plan includes a mix of housing, retail space, and 1.5 acres of continuous open space too. Next up on Sunrise, a sky-high save. How firefighters got a little boy stuck in a tree back down to the ground to safety in Rehoboth.
But first, look what's on TV tonight here on 10, 8 o'clock Law & Order, 9 o'clock SVU, 10 o'clock Found, then find NBC 10 News at 11.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Severe weather slammed the Texas Panhandle Wednesday night, dropping rain, light hail, and huge hail, some of it the size of lemons, limes, golf balls, and baseballs. A look at some of the nighttime clouds with lightning illumination. This bolt appeared over San Antonio early Wednesday morning, and in Michigan, this time-lapse sunrise south of Kalamazoo.
We all know the cliche, right? A firefighter is being called to rescue cats from trees, but not necessarily children.
Yeah, but earlier this week, the Eckerson family's 5-year-old son Malachi climbed a tree in the yard, ended up stuck 35 feet in the air. Luckily, the fear didn't last too long because the family quickly called the fire department and the crews responded within minutes.
I was working down in the basement and my wife was in the front yard and the kids came over to the side, and next thing we knew, we had our son way up high in the tree.
Boy.
The Eckersons tell NBC 10 that they're making it impossible for Malachi to climb again. They say it'll be a bit harder to take their eyes off of him. Yeah, as you can imagine, moving forward. Next up on Sunrise, the Brown University student who took a Doge-like approach to the school says he's being disciplined.
And the Celtics win at home with one of their star players. Highlights from their game against the Magic are next. And it's quite magical outside right now. Our camera from the Coast Guard House in Narragansett zoomed in on the rocks there. We've got a couple of people out there enjoying the early morning sun and mild temperatures. Yes, it's a beautiful day to be by the water, out on the water, just outside in general. So get out and enjoy for sure. We're at 48 degrees, so a bit of a drop in our temperatures, but they're shooting right back up. Sunrise on this Thursday. We'll be right back.
And did you ever see the gun? I know you said
No,
Rich has that
so
role.
that's the other thing. I had no idea it was an armed robbery.
New on Sunrise and only on 10, a group of brazen thieves flee a robbery in a rideshare vehicle this morning. That driver sharing his side of the story.
The weather story today is sunshine and lots of it, along with above average temperatures. An area of high pressure sticks with us for 2 more days. Coming up, though, I do have more details on what changes we'll be seeing for the weekend.
And new this morning, the Brown University student who took a Doge-like approach to the school says he's now being disciplined.
NBC 10 News Sunrise starts right now.
And right now, it's off to a beautiful start for your Thursday morning. I'm Mario Lario.
And good morning, I'm Allison Bologna. We have a lot to get to this morning, and we'll begin with the forecast because, Christina, it's a good one.
Another great one, that's for sure. Above average temperatures for us as we head into the afternoon hours. But to start, we're cooler than yesterday morning. So extra layers, perhaps when you're getting ready to head out the door. Just make sure you've got a t-shirt on or something lighter for later on, as temperatures are still running above average with some 70s possible, depending on where you are. Right now, sitting at 50 in Charlestown, looks to be our mildest spot, though, for most of the area anyway. Lots of mid and upper 40 cities. Providence has dropped to 48 degrees. So is Newport. North Attleboro even cooler at 42 degrees this morning. It's because of our clear skies allowing those temperatures to drop. But from here on out, we'll be seeing temperatures on the increase, especially with the wind shift to the south later this afternoon. That'll be helping to boost up our temperatures. We've got some high pressure that ultimately might actually draw in some wildfire smoke by tonight or tomorrow. But for today, mainly sunny skies nearing 70 throughout the interior is what we're expecting. At the coastline, lower to mid 60s. Coming up, more details on an even milder day tomorrow. Kristen?
Oh, okay, Christina. Right now, we are taking another look at your commute up to I-93 on Route 24 northbound because of that accident in Stoughton. We're still at about a 40-minute long drive there. Here's another look with the Viaduct camera at I-95 north and southbound travel lanes in the area of Thurber's Avenue. Here's a portion of our region that we've got everything moving along smoothly at just an 8-minute long drive right now on 95 north from Warwick up and into Providence. Now, if you're traveling down to Route 4, that's looking good for you too on 95 southbound. You're looking at about a 10 or 11-minute long drive from Providence down to Route 4. Mario Ellison.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Now to an interview that's only on 10. 4 people facing charges after police say they held 2 teenagers at gunpoint in Cranston last week.
The suspects, they took off from the scene using a rideshare, and this morning we're hearing exclusively from the driver. This is from NBC 10's Kennedy Bach, who joins us live now with what details he shared with police, which helped with the arrest. Kennedy, good get. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Mario and Allison. And we spoke with a rideshare driver who does not want to reveal his name or show his face, but he tells me that last Monday he drove the suspects after they fled the scene. The scene where 2 teenagers outside of a Cold Stone Creamery in the Chapel View Plaza were held at gunpoint and robbed. They told police the suspects demanded their sneakers, jewelry, and a sweatshirt. An investigation involving surveillance videos and witness statements led police to 20-year-old Jamari Lucas, 18-year-old Jonathan Brito, 18-year-old Helder Urban Martins, and a 15-year-old male from Providence. I spoke to the driver who had no idea he was leading suspects away from a crime, but he was able to share his dash cam video with police that same night.
And, you know, my own personality to have cameras within my vehicle, there was a lot to it that there was enough steps that just made it so that we could make this a quick process. They're currently off the streets. The neighborhoods are safe for the time being. I'm very empathetic towards the 14 and 16-year-olds who had to experience it.
And coming up in the next 20 minutes, here are the signs that made him realize something was wrong, plus what the victims did that connected the police to the driver. For now in Cranston, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
Kennedy, thank you. Also new this morning, Brown University has filed disciplinary charges against a student who's accused of kind of like Doge-like action against the Ivy League institution.
Yeah, NBC 10's Abby Benacavoli live at Brown with how the student is reacting. You just spoke with him about this. Good morning, Abby.
Yeah, Mario, Allison, good morning. I did. Back in March, Alex Shea sent emails to more than 3,800 administrators here at Brown, asking them to describe what tasks they completed throughout the week. The emails seemingly a move like Doge, Elon Musk's Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency. And in a tweet, Shea confirmed Brown has filed the disciplinary charges against him for his reporting. He asked to tell Brown to protect free speech. And Shea previously told us he used information he gathered to launch an online database using artificial intelligence detailing the different administrators working for the school. He says his actions were quickly met with an email from the university accusing him of publishing confidential information, writing his actions caused emotional distress for several university employees.
Well, I think a lot of other people were too scared of doing it, and I mean, probably for good reason. They're coming after me they're saying I broke the IT policy. They're saying I misrepresented myself because I said I was a reporter for the Brown Spectator, which I am, but it's not a recognized student group at Brown University, and so they're coming after me for all these vague offenses. Now they say it's because I broke these policies, which I didn't, but in reality, it's because they don't agree with me, and people know that. People know that at Brown, there's a particular point of view that you're supposed to have, and when you buck the trend, when you go against the administration, they come after you too.
That was Shea speaking just moments ago. A Brown University spokesperson sent a statement to NBC 10 yesterday saying the emails were framed as a journalistic inquiry, but by a news organization with no active status at Brown for more than a decade. And that spokesperson went on to say they are looking into the students' move targeting employees and whether it violated law or policy. Reporting live at Brown, Abby Bettacavoli, NBC 10 News.
Thank you, Abby. Also new this morning, a viewer sent us in video of what appears to be a wrong-way driver on the Washington Bridge. Take a look. The viewer says this video was taken on their dash camera on 10:30 last night. You can see one driver swerved to avoid the car driving the wrong way on the eastbound side in the high-speed lane there. It's all happening near the exit to Riverside. We have reached out to police for more information on this.
A wild crash in Cranston ends with a motorcycle up in flames on 95 South. A witness says the rider was conscious. His crash was near the Park Avenue overpass. A witness tells NBC 10 she saw some drivers pulling off to the side of the road and running to help the motorcyclist. She says when she passed by, she saw the motorcycle going up in flames. We reached out to the state police to find out what exactly happened.
Powerful testimony in day 2 of the Karen Reed retrial from John O'Keefe's mother, Peggy O'Keefe, sobbing in front of the jury, speaking softly about the morning her son died. Each day of the trial, we are debriefing some of the big moments like that. Here's Katie Benoit and Jean Valicente.
Give me the relevance of bringing the mother in to testify. She wasn't there that night, yet she can speak to her son. What's the point of that testimony?
So Peggy O'Keefe was not called to the first trial. So this was the first time that we've heard her testify. Reporters have heard her testify on the stand today, and she was very emotional, but she was at the hospital the morning John O'Keefe was found and brought to the hospital. So she did hear some statements Reed made in the hospital.
And you can watch the trial live on our NBC 10 WJAR YouTube channel, along with those daily debriefs with Jean and Katie, breaking down the big moments in the courtroom from each day. Sunrise Sports, the Boston Celtics take Game 2 in their series against the Magic. They were without Jason Tatum because of his wrist injury. Kristaps Porzingis took an elbow to the head, leaving quite the bloody scene. He did return bandaged up and helped the C's win 109-100. Game 3 is tomorrow night in Orlando. Patriots hold the 4th pick in tonight's NFL draft out in Green Bay.
We should know who they choose between 8:30 and 9 o'clock tonight. So the Pats do not need to draft a quarterback as they have Drake May. Part of the focus will be instead on finding players in the offensive and defensive lines. Here's a quick live look, too, as promised, in Green Bay, where the stage is set and the teams will be on the clock for their picks. Coming up in just a few minutes, around 6:45, we're going to have a live preview of the NFL draft from Green Bay.
Coming up next on Sunrise, we're close to the opening of the new stadium at Tidewater Landing, the big milestone happening tonight. And let's kick up those temperatures another notch today, Christina.
We are. Lots of sunshine. We've got cars at the beach, so people are getting excited to get outside today. Low to mid 60s at the beaches, even milder elsewhere. Coming up, though, I have more details on the potential for a drop in our air quality as we head through tonight and tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. 6:41 now on this Thursday morning. We're drenched in sunshine this morning. Mainly sunny skies for us this morning. This is a live look from our Talk Watton on the waterfront live camera view. Beautiful blue skies off the distance, nice and bright. We're staying this way with mostly sunny skies for the remainder of our Thursday as well. So make sure you're preparing for a beautiful mild day, reaching the upper 60s and low 70s for some throughout the interior. Some winds shift to the south as the day goes on, which helps actually draw up some of this mild air all along the eastern seaboard. And that's why today and even into tomorrow, we've got several locations that will be tapping into those 70s. But after that, our temperatures will be dropping as we head into the weekend. It is a rain chance that approaches for Saturday. And then the associated cold front pushes through, leaving us near 60 for both weekend days. Coming up, I have more details on that rain risk when it starts and when it wraps up this weekend. Kristen.
Thank you, Christina. Right now we're taking a look at just some of your popular commute times and where we're slowing down in our region. So the 610 connector heading inbound is getting pretty slow now. We're moving at just 12 miles per hour there, and we are in the red, transitioned from the green. Moving outbound on the 610 connector, though, we're looking good at just a little under 60 miles per hour there. If you're headed north up to 295 on 95 northbound from Providence, that's looking all right for you, taking drivers just about 14 minutes there to make that 13-mile long stretch. But we do have things starting to slow down right before 295. Mario, Allison.
Thank you, Kristen. Happening tonight, Centerville Bank Stadium turns on their lights for the first time.
It's ahead of Rhode Island FC's home opener next Saturday, May 3rd.
Lights will go on at the stadium at Tidewater Landing around 8 p.m.
Ahead, we have a live preview of tonight's NFL draft straight from Green Bay.
Returning to 10, your news leader. NBC 10 News continues right now.
Happening tonight, the wait is over for football fans because the NFL draft in Green Bay is just hours away.
Yeah, Cal Larson from our sister station, Green Bay, Fox 11, joins us live with a preview of day one. Good morning, Cal.
Good morning.
Allison, Mario, good morning. It's set to be a great evening. Eyes in and out of the sports world locked in on Green Bay this week, the country's smallest NFL market, as the 2025 NFL Draft begins today. What is typically a city of just over 100,000 people is expected to turn into 3, maybe 4 times that size as fans flood the area to catch a glimpse of this year's draft and spend some time around historic Lambeau Field.
This is quite an experience, and that's another reason why I wanted to come down today, is just because this small town Green Bay, this just doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen? Well, this year it does. Packers president and CEO Mark Murphy on the draft in Green Bay being a perfect pair.
Most of the other cities where the draft has been held, it's downtown, a very different atmosphere than here, and being right next to Lambeau Field, and I've been able to look into Lambeau and see all they're doing there. I think people are going to love it.
As of Wednesday, all 15 prospects who accepted an invite to Green Bay for the draft were in town. Before the craziness and the chaos, the young men got to spend some time with area youth in Green Bay's famous Titletown district. Projected top pick, Penn State's Abdul Carter, talked about what it means to be in Titletown on the edge of his dreams.
Oh, yeah, it's a blessing. It's something I've been working on, not the last 3 years, but the last 18, 20 years of my life. Me being here, I want to celebrate this moment with my family.
Carter, of course, one of a handful of players, hoping to be the first to walk across the stage this evening when the first name is announced at 7 p.m. Allison, Mario, it's pretty cool. Fans could be seen around Green Bay going back 7, 8, 10 days, walking around the famous Titletown district, gazing at Lambeau Field over my shoulder, strolling downtown, just really enjoying the environment. And it's pretty surreal that nearly 24 months of buildup has finally arrived, and the 2025 NFL Draft begins this evening. In Green Bay, Cal Larson.
All right, thank you, Cal.
Thanks, Cal.
Big deal for that small town.
Lambeau Field, I hear, is really cool too. My husband, that's one of his favorite fields to actually visit out of all the NFL teams. So really cool to see that happen tonight. Just before that happens, or at least before the Patriots make their pick, our sun will be going down, but we stay clear with our skies for the majority of our day. Heading into the upper 60s and low 70s throughout the interior today with mostly sunny skies, just the lower to mid 60s at the beaches because of that sea breeze. But all of us tap into those mainly sunny skies that we're already seeing this morning. We just have to see those temperatures rise. And this morning, it actually got a little cool. Many of us waking up to just the mid to upper 40s. New Bedford now at 47 degrees. We've bottomed out here. So from here on out, we'll be seeing our temperatures on the rise. Lots of sunshine, though. If you're a morning commuter, keep in mind sunglasses will be your friend today from start to finish, since our skies are clear now and will continue to be. We are monitoring a situation that you've probably heard of, though. New Jersey is seeing some serious wildfires, and because of our wind direction, mainly tonight and tomorrow, we will likely see some smoke head our direction, mainly impacting portions of Connecticut for tonight. But late tonight, overnight, and throughout tomorrow morning at least, we could see some wildfire smoke or haze across the area. So it's something that you won't probably see during the daytime hours today, but you might want to sleep with the windows closed tonight and throughout the daytime hours tomorrow. If you're sensitive to reduced air quality, you'll probably want to limit your exposure outside again for your Friday. As for today, though, by noontime, already heading into those low and mid 60s with mostly sunny skies, a great lunchtime hour to get outside, go for a walk. And this afternoon is even better. The further away from the mouth of Narragansett Bay that you are, the milder it'll be, in those lower 70s and some upper 60s with 60s at the beaches. We've got 50s overnight, and tomorrow potentially even milder as we see temperatures surge into the mid 70s for some, like potentially North Smithfield, Providence, Even Mansfield and areas like New Bedford exceeding those mid-70s, but you see a huge change or a temperature drop as we head into Saturday. Everyone featuring lower 60s and rain. That's our next storm system moving in. So eventually this area of high pressure that's kept us so warm and dry over the past few days heads east, and we usher in our next weather maker, cold front that brings us scattered rain throughout the day on Saturday. A closer look at the timing here. That rain looks to pick up after midnight Friday night. That's why we're clouding up throughout the day tomorrow. Again, in addition to that wildfire haze, some steady rain for most of the day, especially late morning, early afternoon, and it's a good wallop of rain as well. But this clears out slowly throughout the day on Sunday. We do stay cool, though, because that cold front passes, so we barely touch 60 by Sunday. A lot of rain on the way for us, but again, just during Saturday. Half an inch to up to an inch of rainfall is possible. Coming up, I have more details on the improvements we'll see for Sunday and a big temperature jump again as we head into next week.
Good morning from the Medical Laboratory and Technology program at the Community College of Rhode Island in Lincoln, Rhode Island.
We wanted to wish everyone a happy Medical Laboratory Professionals Week this week, celebrating the behind-the-scenes unsung heroes of the medical field in Rhode Island. Remember, precision in every decision.
Thank you for watching NBC 10 Sunrise. Happy week!
That's awesome. Thanks to those.
Precision in every decision. I like that. You could use that across so many fields.
Yeah, those students at CCRI gave us that great shout out. This week marks National Medical Laboratory Professionals Week, so thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Gail Allers from the Empowerment Factory in Pawtucket. Join us on May 21st at the Met for our annual fundraiser to raise money for our free after-school and summer programs that inspire creativity, self-esteem, and civic pride. Thank you for watching NBC Sunrise!
Nice job to Gail. She was just texting me. Do you know when it will air? There you go, Gail. You're on. Thank you for that great shout out in time for Earth Day this week. It's Gail at the Empowerment Factory, along with volunteers from their Community Earth Day cleanup in, of course, Pawtucket. Nice job, guys. Coming up new on Sunrise and only on 10, you're going to hear from a rideshare driver about how he helped catch those who robbed a Cranston ice cream shop.
We're also taking a live look at stock futures in the red and pre-market trading. Kristen's Smart Route traffic report and Christina's extended 10-day forecast next.
Five top headlines here. 3 men and a 15-year-old boy facing charges after police say they robbed 2 teens at gunpoint in Cranston.
They took off from the scene in a rideshare, and this morning that driver is telling NBC 10 in an exclusive interview that he had a feeling something was off as soon as they got in the car. NBC 10's Kennedy Buck, she interviewed him early this morning. She joins us live with what he said. Good morning, Kennedy.
Hey, good morning, Mario and Allison. Yeah, the driver, who wishes to remain anonymous, says he had no idea that last Monday he was driving suspects away from a crime. But he did tell me that he had a feeling that something was off. Now, again, last Monday, police say 2 teenagers were held at gunpoint outside of a Cold Stone Creamery in Cranston. The 4 suspects then hopped in a car and left. Now, the driver tells me no one in the group ordered the ride. It was actually done by a family member or a friend. And then when he pulled up, all 4 of them ran to his car, which scared him at first. He said the rest of the drive was quiet and he dropped them off in Johnston. But luckily, the 2 teenagers who were held at gunpoint wrote his license plate down, which led police to his door that same night.
So the group come from Shaw's side of things. And then they just ran into the truck. They were very hurried, very hush-hushed. But they tried to make, a few statements that, caught my ears due to my training. But I never really thought too much of it until detectives rolled up.
The 4 suspects are now charged with robbery and conspiracy to commit a felony. And police say more victims have come forward. For now in Cranston, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
Thank you, Kennedy. 6:56. Kristen, how are the roads?
Yeah, so we are starting to slow down in a few different areas, one of them being, of course, 95 or 195 eastbound as drivers make their way over the I-Way Bridge. The 610 connector heading inbound is slow. And then we're also starting to slow down here where I-95 South meets with 146. This is our camera that takes a look at the area of Orm Street. At least we have that bright sunshine, though, shining down on our dry roadways this morning. Christina?
Thank you, Kristen. Today heading back into the upper 60s and low 70s, lots of sun. We do cloud up a bit for tomorrow, but it'll still be a mild one. Temperatures inland heading into the low mid 70s. We are cooling off for the weekend, though, lower 60s with rain all day on Saturday. Drying out for Sunday, but we barely touch 60. No worries, though, because temperatures are right back up to those above average highs as we head into early to mid next week.
Finally, I feel like we've turned the corner.
Yeah.
Which is nice. All right, a beautiful Thursday in store. Get out and enjoy. Back at 12:30 with Christine and Kristen for Studio 10.
And we're back throughout one more time through the Today Show with more news, weather, and traffic updates here on NBC 10 as we thank you for turning to 10
in the AM.
About a 10-minute long ride on 95 North from East Greenwich up and into Providence. Allison?
3 men and a 15-year-old boy are now facing charges after police say they robbed 2 teens at gunpoint in Cranston.
Yeah, they took off from the scene in a ride share, and this morning that driver is telling NBC 10 in an exclusive interview that he had a feeling something was off as soon as they got into the car. NBC 10's Kennedy Buck, she spoke with him early this morning. She joins us live now with the signs he says he saw and what led to their arrest. Good morning, Kennedy.
Hey, good morning, Mario and Allison. The driver, who wishes to remain anonymous, says he had no idea that he was driving suspects away from the crime, but he did have a gut feeling that something was off. Now, last Monday, police say 2 teenagers were held at gunpoint outside of a Cold Stone Creamery in Cranston before suspects then hopped in a car and left. The driver tells me no one in the group ordered the ride. It was actually done by a family member or a friend. And then when he pulled up, all 4 of them ran to his car, which scared him at first. He said the rest of the drive was quiet and he dropped them off in Johnston. But luckily, the 2 teenagers who were held at gunpoint wrote his license plate down, which led police to his door that same night.
The group come from Shaw's side of things, and then they just ran into the truck. They were very hurried, very hush-hushed. But they tried to make, a few statements that, caught my ears due to my training. But I never really thought too much of it until detectives rolled up.
And coming up in a half hour, hear about the dash camera video that was in his car that was shared with police and how this led to their arrests. For now in Cranston, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News. For now in Cranston, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
Kennedy, thank you. Also new this morning, Brown University has filed disciplinary charges against a student who's accused of kind of like Doge-like action against the Ivy League institution.
Yeah, NBC 10's Abby Benicavoli live at Brown with how the student is reacting. You just spoke with him about this. Good morning, Abby.
Yeah, Mario, Allison, good morning. I did. Back in March, Alex Shea sent emails to more than 3,800 administrators here at Brown, asking them to describe what tasks they completed throughout the week. The emails seemingly a move like Doge, Elon Musk's Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency. And in a tweet, Shea confirmed Brown has filed the disciplinary charges against him for his reporting. He asked to tell Brown to protect free speech. And Shea previously told us he used information he gathered to launch an online database using artificial intelligence detailing the different administrators working for the school. He says his actions were quickly met with an email from the university accusing him of publishing confidential information, writing his actions caused emotional distress for several university employees.
Well, I think a lot of other people were too scared of doing it, and I mean, probably for good reason. They're coming after me they're saying I broke the IT policy. They're saying I misrepresented myself because I said I was a reporter for the Brown Spectator, which I am, but it's not a recognized student group at Brown University, and so they're coming after me for all these vague offenses. Now they say it's because I broke these policies, which I didn't, but in reality, it's because they don't agree with me, and people know that. People know that at Brown, there's a particular point of view that you're supposed to have, and when you buck the trend, when you go against the administration, they come after you too.
That was Shea speaking just moments ago. A Brown University spokesperson sent a statement to NBC 10 yesterday saying the emails were framed as a journalistic inquiry, but by a news organization with no active status at Brown for more than a decade. And that spokesperson went on to say they are looking into the students' move targeting employees and whether it violated law or policy. Reporting live at Brown, Abby Bettacavoli, NBC 10 News.
I'm just into our newsroom this morning. Metro Police have announced the arrest of an MS-13 gang member. Fox 17 News' Johnny Mathey tracking the very latest on this from the live desk.
Hey, Justin, Metro just got this info to us. They say Leonel Vargas Jr. is in custody after being on the run since last year on felony domestic violence and other charges. The MNPD SWAT team gets credit for this arrest here. Federal alcohol and tobacco and firearms agents had been the ones investigating Vargas's association with the MS-13 gang. MNPD says that they did coordinate with ATF. The man is being held without bond on felony charges, and MNPD does ask you call Crime Stoppers with any info on Vargas or the MS-13s at 615-742-7463. Tracking the latest from the live desk, I'm Johnny Mathey.
This just isn't about a lawsuit. It's about standing up for the people of Oregon. These tariffs are unlawful. They're chaotic and harmful to the hardworking families and businesses that make our state thrive. And they are not just numbers on a page. They are real costs in all of our wallets, your workplace, and all of our future. Today's filing in the U.S. Court of International Trade is just the beginning of what will likely be a long legal process. But we're committed to seeing it through, and our goal is clear: to protect Oregonians from this unlawful overreach and restore stability to our economy.
Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield just announced he's leading a multi-state lawsuit to block President Trump's tariffs. The case challenges 4 of the president's executive orders that claim the power to increase tariffs worldwide without congressional action. The 4 tariffs being challenged in this lawsuit are 145% tariffs on most products from China, a 25% tariff on most products from Canada and Mexico, 10% tariffs on most products from the rest of the world. It also challenges President Trump's plan to raise tariffs on imports from 46 other trading partners on July 9th.
A group of Oregon business owners joined Rayfield. They say under these tariffs, they're hurting.
The owner of Brooklyn Pharmacy in Portland said drug prices could go up by 15% or more.
There will be a significant rise in medication costs for pharmacies and patients. Everyday medical supplies will cost more. I mean, test strips, blood pressure cuffs, ostomy supplies, things that people need every day to sustain their lives. That price is going to go up.
In Oregon, experts estimate the tariffs will increase the cost of living for the average family by almost $4,000 a year. Rayfield argues the increase would effectively be a sales tax that Oregonians have historically rejected. The case was filed once again in the U.S. Court of International Trade.
Fox 45 News continues to follow the back and forth over the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. In the last few days, multiple congressional Democrats, including Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, have traveled to El Salvador in support of Garcia's due process. However, the Trump administration standing by their move, claiming he had possible gang ties.
Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost has been following this case. She joins us live with new information about a traffic stop in Tennessee. Mackenzie.
Yeah, Maxine and Mary, we know, according to a Department of Homeland Security report, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was stopped in 2022 by Tennessee Highway Patrol. And that's when DHS believes that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was suspected of human trafficking. Now we're getting new information about who may have been the owner of the vehicle he was driving. This Department of Homeland Security report shows in December 2022, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was stopped for erratic driving. The report says there were 8 other people in the car. Abrego Garcia told the Tennessee Highway Patrol he was coming from Houston and heading to Maryland. This multi-day trip was suspicious to the officer, noticing there was no luggage in the vehicle. THP tells Fox 45 News the traffic stop was in Cookeville, Tennessee, which is about 115 miles outside of Nashville. THP says during the stop, a standard law enforcement database check returned information that prompted notification to the FBI. Abrego Garcia was released with a citation for an expired driver's license. The Homeland Security report says Abrego Garcia told THP the vehicle he was driving belonged to his boss, and he was bringing the people in the vehicle to Maryland to work. According to Just the News, the owner of the car is a man named Jose Ramon Hernandez Reyes. And according to this June 2020 news release from the U.S. Department of Justice, Hernandez Reyes pled guilty to illegal transportation or moving of an alien. These new details come as Abrego Garcia's family maintains he's a Maryland man who needs to come back to the United States.
It is apparent that this man is not, quote unquote, just a man from Maryland.
Retired Sergeant Betsy Smith with the National Police Association says the other pieces to the puzzle raise serious questions about Abrego Garcia's time in the country. The Trump administration maintains he's an MS-13 gang member, pointing to the Prince George's County gang information sheet created following a 2019 arrest in the Hyattsville Home Depot parking lot. That sheet says the Chicago Bulls hat and hoodie Abrego Garcia was wearing, paired with information from a confidential informant, was enough to prove his affiliation. The gang sheet also notes Abrego Garcia was in the parking lot with 2 other men who were MS-13 members. Abrego Garcia maintains, however, he did not know anything about the gang. And in August of 2018, a man appearing to be the father of Abrego Garcia's wife's 2 youngest children told a Maryland court he was afraid for his kid's safety because she was dating a gang member, according to these court documents obtained by Fox 45 News.
These are what we call in law enforcement clues. Again, we can't arrest him for any of these things, but it is apparent from these circumstances that he either associates with or is a member of MS-13.
Democrats who have flocked to El Salvador argue this case rests on due process concerns. Attorneys for the Trump administration have said in court documents deporting Abrego Garcia to El Salvador was done in error. The U.S. Supreme Court ordering the administration to facilitate his return to the United States, but the president's border czar.
I think I got plenty of due process. He got more due process than Lake and Riley got.
Doubts Abrego Garcia will come back to the United States, and if he does, he won't stay.
I don't think any court can order another nation, a sovereign nation, to take a citizen national from their country in their custody and give him back to the U.S. The best that could happen for him if he actually gave back to the United States, he would be detained and removed again.
While Abrego Garcia remains detained, his attorneys continue to fight the Trump administration in a Maryland federal court. Tuesday, the judge in the case called the administration's fight a willful and bad faith refusal to comply with discovery obligations.
And Mackenzie, Governor Moore is weighing in on this case for the first time. What is he saying?
Yeah, Mary, the governor took some questions from reporters today here in Annapolis at the State House. And like we've heard from other top Democrats, Governor Moore says that this case rests on due process, and due process rights are a major concern for him. I asked him about the trips that we continue to see from members of Congress to El Salvador and whether he believes that's an appropriate use of tax dollars.
There is nothing that is going to be a higher priority for me than making sure that our communities are safe and making sure that our society is safe. This is a case about due process, and it's just a case about, are we going to follow the Constitution or not? Are we going to bring him back to make sure he stands trial and has a judge determine whether or not a law was broken, and if a law was broken, then make sure there is accountability. But I believe in due process, and I believe in the Constitution.
But do you think that elected leaders should continue to take the trip at the taxpayers' expense?
Well, I can't speak to what other people do. I have not gone down. I'm not planning on going down to El Salvador, but I can't speak to what other people do.
Now, the governor says that he's been in contact with the Attorney General's office, having conversations about how Maryland can respond. However, the governor would not provide any specifics about what those options may be. I reached out to Attorney General Anthony Brown's office, and a spokesperson tells me they cannot comment on the existence or non-existence of any potential investigation. I reached back out to the governor's office to try and get more clarity and asked if the options he's referring to may involve economic sanctions. We're still waiting on those answers. Live in the State House, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington, where top immigration officials say those who live in and around New York City are much safer tonight. This follows a major criminal case there involving a transnational gang, which for more than a year has been accused of wreaking havoc on the city. One of the first criminal acts in New York City linked to the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua was this beating of police officers last year in Times Square. Now, a months-long criminal case has resulted in 27 indictments, 21 of whom are in custody.
The underlying offenses were sex trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, murder for hire. We seized a lot of weapons and we rescued some victims of sex trafficking.
They targeted vulnerable women from Venezuela, forcing them into sex work and threatening to kill their families if they didn't comply.
In a statement, Attorney General Pam Bondi called Tren de Aragua not just a street gang, but a highly structured terrorist organization, adding that the indictments and arrest will devastate TDA's infrastructure in 3 states. Many of the charges brought referred to as RICO charges, stemming from the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act.
The RICO charges have typically been brought against mafia organizations. They've got a business, but it's not doing normal business. It's doing a business to break the law.
The case at times pitting New York City officials against one another. ICE agents recently blocked from operating out of the Rikers Island jail facility after the New York City Council sued Mayor Eric Adams, also accusing him of entering into a, quote, corrupt bargain with the Trump administration. Mayor Adams unapologetic for collaborating with the White House.
Those who want to romanticize these characters and make it seem like they are here just to be part of the American dream. The American dream is not doing armed robberies. The American dream is not discharging guns. The American dream is not shooting at police officers.
This case also involved a second indictment. 21 of the people charged are allegedly former Tren de Aragua members, accused of forming a splinter group set up to serve as a rival to TDA. They call the new group Anti-Tren. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Call it art of the deal or a total 180, but President Trump's approach to trade talks with China just changed from this.
China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them.
To this.
I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No,
No. We're going to be very nice. It's going to be fair.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively. Everything's active.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent later told reporters the U.S. and China have not spoken yet. China, so far, isn't swayed by the softer tone.
To keep asking for a deal while exerting extreme pressure is not the right way to deal with China and simply will not work.
What's become a full-blown trade war between the U.S. and China with triple-digit tariffs and non-tariff retaliatory measures has effectively frozen the largest trading partnership in the world. The longer it lasts, the more economic damage is done under President Trump's watch.
There is an opportunity for a big deal here.
Bessent calmed markets Tuesday when he said the status quo is not sustainable. He says both countries would benefit from addressing America's trade deficit with China, which was more than $295 billion last year. For the U.S., it could mean more domestic manufacturing, and for China, more consumption.
If they want to rebalance, let's do it together.
There's no telling how long it could take for Washington and Beijing to resolve this. Meanwhile, the White House says it is making progress with other trading partners. Talks appear to have been most extensive with Japan and India. We may soon see outlines of agreements, but it may take months to hammer out the fine details of any new trade deals. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar.
I'm Matt Gelke in Washington, where one of President Trump's most prominent members of his inner circle, Elon Musk, said he'd be taking a step back from government work after plummeting numbers for his company, Tesla. Tesla's earnings were far from electric in the first quarter of 2025. The car company's revenue fell 9% and auto revenue fell 20%. The net income was down 71% year over year. It prompted CEO Elon Musk to tell investors he'd be scaling back his work as the face of the Department of Government Efficiency.
The large slug of work necessary to get the Doge team in place and working in the government to get the financial house in order is mostly done.
Doge's work has led to two things: an ultra-aggressive approach to downsizing government, where the federal workforce and number of agencies have been cut at a dramatic pace, with Musk leading the charge. Doge claims it's saved $160 billion across government so far, but the organization's numbers are frequently disputed. It's also led to huge backlash against Musk and his companies. He's claimed that protests and vandalism at Tesla dealerships around the country were done by paid activists.
This is fundamentally a case of terrorism.
Even Tesla backers believe the reputational damage might be irreversible, and it gave Musk no choice but to step back from government work.
This is really the beginning of the end of how he's going to be with the Trump administration, because the brand damage, we think it's 20% in terms of permanent brand damage.
The Tesla CEO says he'll still be involved with Doge 1 or 2 days a week starting in May.
I'll have to continue doing it for, I think, probably the remainder of the president's term, just to make sure that the waste and fraud that we stop does not come roaring back.
Doge's work will likely continue, with only court cases slowing it down. The New York Times reports there are more than 60 people spread out across federal government trying to carry out the mission of shrinking it. Musk is designated as a special government employee, which comes with a 130-day cap on government work per year. That limit is expected to be hit by the end of May. Reporting in Washington, I'm Matt Gelke.
Governor Wes Moore is weighing in on the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia to El Salvador, saying the man was denied his constitutional rights. Now, this comes as we learn new details about his time in the U.S. Reporter Olivia Dance from our sister station in Baltimore joins us now with how the governor is responding this morning. Olivia.
Governor Wes Moore echoes what we've heard from other top Democrats. He says that Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case is a due process issue. Take a listen.
There is nothing that is going to be a higher priority for me than making sure that our communities are safe and making sure that our society is safe. This is a case about due process, and it's just a case about, are we going to follow the Constitution or not? Are we going to bring him back to make sure he stands trial and has a judge determine whether or not a law was broken, and if a law was broken, then make sure there is accountability. But I believe in due process, and I believe in the Constitution.
The governor told us that he is not planning to go down to El Salvador like we've seen other lawmakers do. He says he's been in conversation with the Attorney General's office about what options are on the table for Maryland to respond to this, but would not give specifics about what exactly that means. AG Anthony Brown's office tells us it does not comment on the existence or non-existence of investigations or potential enforcement actions. And the governor's comments come as the Department of Homeland Security releases more information on a 2022 Tennessee traffic stop where the officer suspected Abrego Garcia of human trafficking. Reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, 7 News.
Community Treasures, sponsored by Navigant Credit Union and Belize Auto.
Tonight, in my Community Treasures report, the organization that's a lifeline for children and senior citizens alike. Insight makes life better for the blind and sight impaired, and the organization serves about 1,000 people a year. It's been around so long that even Helen Keller visited.
Oh, you're on fire.
It's 4-year-old Amias's first visit to Insight. Optometrist Dr. Greg Waldorf evaluating his albinism, which affects his vision.
Oh, high five. You got him. Those are tough. They're getting hard, right?
But for Amias, it's just a chance to play. What are you doing here today?
I just playing with these toys.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the building, Insight Executive Director Christopher Butler is giving Lois Cuddy and Doreen Holmes, both sight impaired, a tour of a training apartment.
We want you guys to be able to be as independent as possible in the kitchen, but we want you to be safe.
With features like bump dots, raised stick-on bubbles on the microwave to identify the controls by touch, and hands-on knife skills lessons. Careful with your fingers.
Just tuck them down.
Insight has raised the confidence of retired URI professor Lois Cuddy.
With the techniques that they teach you here, you can learn how to do anything.
New technology has been a game changer for the blind, and here at Insight, they'll even show you how to use it.
Hey, Meta, what am I looking at?
Like Ray-Ban Meta sensory glasses.
You're looking at a person holding a camera on a tripod.
There's a store with everything from magnifiers to white canes to a blind Barbie doll. The clients go on trips together. Children go to camp. And when Doreen Holmes told her eye doctor that she wanted to teach yoga,
and he said, well, what's stopping you? And I said, I don't think anything.
And now people line up for her class. They do have fun. I like it that you guys can laugh. You laugh together, right?
Oh, all the time, all the time.
That was fun. By the way, Insight is celebrating 100 years this year. This was Helen Keller stopping by in the 1930s for a ceremony. Insight is a community treasure. And I'm looking for more community treasures. If you know of a nonprofit that deserves some recognition, let me know. Just go to turnto10.com and fill out the short nomination form for Community Treasures.
With compelling testimony in the Karen Reed retrial from the woman who lost her son. And it's the first time we've heard from John O'Keefe's heartbroken mother who rushed to her son's side at the hospital. I'm Gene Valicenti.
And I'm Patrice Wood. There were so many tears in the courtroom today. Karen Reed is on trial again, accused of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him for dead. NBC 10's Katie Benoit was back in the courtroom today, and she's live in Dedham. Katie?
Jean, Patrice, it was silent in the courtroom as John O'Keefe's mother testified. Now, she did not testify in Karen Reed's first murder trial, and she told the court that her son was wonderful with his niece and nephew, who he took care of.
He's bruised up, his eyes were closed.
Peggy O'Keefe sobbing in front of the jury, speaking softly about the morning her son, John O'Keefe, died. The defendant, Karen Reed, was also at the hospital.
I hear Karen Reed yell, "Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?" And she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, "You just left him there?"
Carrie Roberts picked up Peggy and her husband that morning after finding O'Keefe in the snow outside a home in Canton with Reed. She too fighting tears on the stand.
Yeah.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that how Ron looked?
Yes, he did.
Roberts testified about what Reed's Lexus looked like. The defendant is accused of backing into the Boston police officer.
The taillight itself, the piece was missing, and as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out.
The defense, meanwhile, challenged prior grand jury testimony from Roberts.
Technically, I was under oath, and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it.
And yet under oath.
But I knew it happened at that time.
And yet under oath you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie? I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And not intentionally.
Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
Reed's attorneys claim there was a police cover-up in the case. The first law enforcement witness took the stand today to talk about the process of getting data off O'Keefe's phone. He will likely be called again. And another Canton firefighter took the stand today. He'll be back tomorrow. Live in Dedham, Katie Benoit, NBC 10 News.
All right, thanks, Katie. Be sure to look for my daily debrief with Katie and our legal consultants every day after 5 o'clock on our NBC 10 WJAR YouTube channel, also NBC 10 News at 7 on television.
In my Dan Janik Report series tonight, Barbara Pepito gives gold status to the saying, paying it forward. How she met her husband was almost like how Crystal Jennings met Blake Carrington on the famed show Dynasty. But after his death, her passion was to help people and pay it forward. And she does it all in the name of the love of her life.
Do you put real bananas in this
Real
too?
bananas.
That's a trick.
Yes.
Yeah. It's so good.
Barbara Pepito's homemade banana bread is on the money. In the kitchen of her Situate estate, a spread she prepared for us. In the dining room,
Over 3,700 books
For the city of Providence.
for 5 schools in the city of Providence.
through donations and the Pepito Foundation, she sends books to inner city kids. Read 6 of them, pass a test.
You get $1,000 placed in the 5 of 29 College Saver Fund.
I need these books. I'm going to start reading right now. Do I get $1,000 if I
hope
read
you
all
can
this
read
book?
that one. That one
This
happens
one
to
might be a
in
little tough for me.
Spanish.
She and her granddaughter hand-packed them.
But why is it important that you pack every box and you check everything off?
I want to be hands-on.
Barbara may just be the most hands-on multimillionaire you could ever imagine.
So we're waiting to hear.
And generous, donating $1 million to the Amos House recently.
Amos House is built upon a foundation of dignity and respect.
She has donated $100 million to 350 nonprofits in Rhode Island, and all to honor her late husband.
And everything I do, with his name.
He was Ralph Pepito, the love of her life. Their romance started with lunch at Capriccio's. On a work lunch with her boss, she had no idea that Ralph was a multimillionaire businessman, owned Nortec, and bought and sold companies. She and Ralph had already been married and divorced, and he was 25 years older. 2 days later, back at Capriccio's, it was love over lunch.
He had a sense of humor.
They were married in this very living room, but no photos, and a romance that took him around the world. Italy, yachts, golf.
I'd give him some strokes and it wasn't enough. And he said, you got to learn how to play customer golf with me.
But 6 years ago, at age 92, Ralph's health took a turn. She cared for him until that one morning.
And I just panicked over him. I was just frozen.
and heartbroken.
For someone like yourself who has this money, does it make you happy?
You know, it makes life easier. I really think of people that struggle now to put food on their tables.
Which is why she gives so much. She had her own struggles. The public scandal after her husband reportedly made a racial slur at a Roger Williams University board meeting.
It was orchestrated to drive him out of Roger Williams, actually, at the time. And then there's no excuse for it. I'm not making excuses, except that he did apologize.
Right. And the death of her older brother, Bobby, her shining light, he died of leukemia at 13.
He was just so close to me. And to this day, it's 60 days later, anything that good happens to me, I always say my brother's watching out for me.
Barbara is herself, comfortable, charming, fun.
Favorite movie of all time?
I love the old classics, like Gone with the Wind.
You know what? As soon as I asked you, I knew you were going to say that.
Like the movie, Barbara is a classic, but frankly, she does give a damn.
She has a lot of scholarships and grants she does. One of the scholarships that anyone can enter, a young person can enter, is how would you make the world better? How would you make Rhode Island better with $1 million? And whoever they pick, she donates $1 million to making the world better. And that person sits on the board and orchestrates it. They get a $25,000 scholarship.
And how many cumulative dollars has she given away?
She's given $100 million right now to 350 charities, but she wants to be hands-on. She's not just sitting there writing checks. She's hands-on. So a fascinating woman, and I was so happy she allowed me to tell her story.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Four people, including a 15-year-old, are under arrest in Cranston tonight, and police say they robbed two teenagers at gunpoint outside the Cold Stone Creamery.
That's right. It happened last Monday in Chapel View. The night team's Leanna Folk is live in Cranston with how police ended up tracking them down. Leanna?
Yeah, Dan Patrice, anyone who has visited Chapel View here in Cranston knows that this is a place meant to unwind or shop around. Well, last Monday, this turned into the scene of a stick-up.
That's terrible. That's awful.
Chaos at a Cranston creamery.
Nowadays, you can't really predict them. You used to be able to know what's happened, and now you can't.
Cranston police say two teenagers were targeted outside this Chapel View Cold Stone last Monday, held up at gunpoint for their sneakers, sweatshirt, and jewelry.
I was very surprised, especially for a Cold Stone to get robbed, or the kids get robbed at least. Teenagers, kind of crazy.
Investigators say the victims, ages 14 and 16, were approached by four suspects. One of them showed a gun and threatened to shoot.
Really nice area. It's weird that they got picked at everyone. Yeah, that's terrible. Wrong kind of cold, right?
The suspects fled in a ride share. An investigation of surveillance, social media, and witness statements led to the four suspects. 20-year-old Jamari Lucas of East Providence, 18-year-olds Jonathan Brito of Providence and Helder Urban Martins of Woonsocket. A 15-year-old Providence boy also in custody.
I've never heard of anything happening over here, so it was just kind of shocking.
Cops recovered high-end items, including a Spider brand sweatshirt and Balenciaga sneakers. One suspect was even wearing the stolen kicks when he was arrested.
Very nice area. Would not expect people to get robbed around here.
All four facing 2 counts of second-degree robbery and conspiracy to commit a felony, with more victims coming forward.
Good they got him, I suppose. Yeah, that's awful. It's terrible. Usually really nice, usually pretty quaint. Yeah, don't want to hear that.
Police say this is still an active investigation. Anyone with additional information should contact Cranston Police. Live in Cranston, Leanna Falk, NBC 10 News, 19.
is fallout in Foster. A longtime Foster school bus driver is off her route following a heated school meeting tonight. Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Janik.
And I'm Patrice Wood. The crowd demanding answers and storming out when they didn't get them. The night team's Leanna Falk is live in Foster with what happened. Leanna?
Yeah, Patrice, Dan, Foster bus driver Sherry Griffith wasn't here tonight, but her name was at the center of it all. The community frustrated that she was nearly fired after 2 years, 2 decades, I should say, on the job.
You cannot, police, please escort her out.
Rebecca Gervasio escorted out of tonight's school committee meeting in Foster.
If you guys all step outside.
And more than half the room follows to hear this.
She's getting a 10-day suspension and she gets to drive a different run. It was either that or she gets dismissed completely.
That's what Rebecca says her sister Sherry was offered after she says a parent complained to the district.
There was a mutual agreement that was agreed upon by all parties.
The details of that agreement were made behind closed doors, but public comment showed most people in the room were not satisfied.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm disgusted. I'm embarrassed.
One family doesn't dictate or rule this whole town.
Rebecca says Sherry was under review after a parent complained she refused to pick up their child. Her sister says the child had behavioral issues and Sherry was following instructions given to her by the district.
Parents and grandparents that made phone calls to apparently the school committee, the administration at the school, and it has snowballed.
In 25 years, Rebecca says her sister has never had a complaint.
She's kind of the matriarch in our bus community.
And yet she was nearly fired. Her supporters calling the move political, punishment for speaking up.
The school's attorney, she does not like my sister for the fact that she comes to these meetings and she voices her opinion.
Sherry will continue to drive for Foster on a different route, no less, and with a team of supporters unwilling to accept the outcome.
There is no way we were going to sit by and watch her be railroaded out because of one family's complaint.
Now, we also spoke with the school committee's attorney after the meeting, who explained that their contract with First Student allows them to suspend or fire any bus driver. We reached out to First Student for comment on this, still waiting to hear back. Live in Foster, Leanna Falk, NBC 10 News, Night Team.
Hello, this is Meng, president of Purdue University.
And I'm Kate Young, host of the This is Purdue podcast. We're here at the Fast Company Grill at South by Southwest, and we're talking innovating what matters and driving pharma forward.
Purdue is proud to be a brand that matters for 4 years in a row now. We are a brand that talks about excellence at scale. So 58,000 students on main campus, top 10 public university in the United States. We're proud to be creating jobs and workforce at the same time. America's hard tech corridors, the pharmaceutical industry and university talent pipeline, research innovation together that has been defining the past decades and will continue to define the future ones. I look at the faces of these undergraduate and graduate students, and they are eager to say, with creativity, we can save even more lives. And with our partnership, we can accelerate and amplify that life-saving opportunity in this industry.
High amount of electricity down here due to cultivation activity.
That cultivation activity was an illegal marijuana grow operation, according to police, that went up in flames in Cumberland. This is just some of what firefighters and police officers discovered in that smoky basement. Good to have you, everyone. I'm Dan Janik.
And I'm Patrice Wood. We have new details on the fire that led to the felony charges. Here's NBC 10's Gabrielle Caracciolo.
If it weren't for this orange sign on the door, you'd never be able to tell what was happening at this Cumberland home.
Neighbors reporting smoke coming out of the basement.
Tuesday, it was a fire that unveiled the illegal marijuana cultivation operation happening inside.
Appears to be high amount of electricity down here due to cultivation.
Police say 40 mature marijuana plants were found. That's 37 more than the legal limit for personal use. In Rhode Island, anyone over 21 is allowed to have no more than 6 plants in their residence. Only 3 of those can be considered mature.
You don't want to share your side of the story of what happened?
No. Several people were home when we stopped by the house on Sun Valley Drive today. Homeowner Mark Garvey is facing a felony marijuana possession charge.
There were a lot of comments on Facebook after police announced this, people saying they didn't think this was something that should be illegal, even if it is. So that's why we wanted to see if you wanted to share your side of things. Despite the online outcry, Cumberland police say this was an example of something clearly illegal. The police chief tells us the fire was likely caused by part of the grow operation malfunctioning. He says it ignited right near a gas line and that outcome could have been much worse. In Cumberland, Gabrielle Caracciolo, NBC 10 News.
Hello, this is Meng, president of Purdue University.
And I'm Kate Young, host of the This is Purdue podcast. We're here at the Fast Company Grill at South by Southwest, and we're talking innovating what matters and driving pharma forward.
Purdue is proud to be a brand that matters for 4 years in a row now. We are a brand that talks about excellence at scale. So 58,000 students on main campus, top 10 public university in the United States. We're proud to be creating jobs and workforce at the same time. America's Hard Tech Corridor, the pharmaceutical industry and university talent pipeline, research innovation together that has been defining the past decades and will continue to define the future ones. I look at the faces of these undergraduate and graduate students, and they are eager to say, with creativity, we can save even more lives. And with our partnership, we can accelerate and amplify that life-saving opportunity in this industry.
I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington, where top immigration officials say those who live in and around New York City are much safer tonight. This follows a major criminal case there involving a transnational gang, which for more than a year has been accused of wreaking havoc on the city. One of the first criminal acts in New York City linked to the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua was this beating of police officers last year in Times Square. Now, a months-long criminal case has resulted in 27 indictments, 21 of whom are in custody.
The underlying offenses were sex trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, murder for hire. We seized a lot of weapons and we rescued some victims of sex trafficking.
They targeted vulnerable women from Venezuela, forcing them into sex work and threatening to kill their families if they didn't comply.
In a statement, Attorney General Pam Bondi called Tren de Aragua not just a street gang, but a highly structured terrorist organization, adding that the indictments and arrest will devastate TDA's infrastructure in 3 states. Many of the charges brought referred to as RICO charges, stemming from the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act.
RICO charges have typically been brought against mafia organizations. They've got a business, but it's not doing normal business. It's doing a business to break the law.
The case at times pitting New York City officials against one another. ICE agents recently blocked from operating out of the Rikers Island jail facility after the New York City Council sued Mayor Eric Adams, also accusing him of entering into a, quote, corrupt bargain with the Trump administration. Mayor Adams unapologetic for collaborating with the White House.
Those who want to romanticize these characters and make it seem like they are here just to be part of the American dream. The American dream is not doing armed robberies. The American dream is not discharging guns. The American dream is not shooting at police officers.
This case also involved a second indictment. 21 of the people charged are allegedly former Tren de Aragua members, accused of forming a splinter group set up to serve as a rival to TDA. They call the new group Anti-Tren. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Hello, this is Meng, president of Purdue University.
And I'm Kate Young, host of the This is Purdue podcast. We're here at the Fast Company Grill at South by Southwest, and we're talking innovating what matters and driving pharma forward.
Purdue is proud to be a brand that matters for 4 years in a row now. We are a brand that talks about excellence at scale. So 58,000 students on main campus, top 10 public university in the United States. We're proud to be creating jobs and workforce at the same time. America's Hard Tech Corridor, the pharmaceutical industry and university talent pipeline, research innovation together that has been defining the past decades and will continue to define the future ones. I look at the faces of these undergraduate and graduate students, and they are eager to say, with creativity, we can save even more lives. And with our partnership, we can accelerate and amplify that life-saving opportunity in this industry.
Tonight, up in flames and rushing to the rescue. Multiple young children are saved from this scene in Attleboro, a neighbor credited with running in to help. I'm Dan Janik.
And I'm Patrice Wood, and tonight we're hearing from that man who didn't hesitate to run toward these flames. The night team's John Perrick is live in Attleboro with the stunning story. John?
Patrice and Dan, Omar Jassay tells me that he was driving down 4th Street here when he saw flames coming from the 3rd floor of this triple-decker home. Omar then told me he ran inside.
There was really nothing going on in my mind. I was just kind of acting just off adrenaline, I feel like.
Omar Jassay lives in the neighborhood. He was heading to work when he saw these terrible flames.
And I squinted because I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and the whole top of the building was just lit up on fire already. So I'm like, yo, let's go, it's a fire.
Omar tells me he and his 2 co-workers then ran into the burning building. In the surveillance clip, you can see multiple people running in. Omar says inside the home was a woman and several young children.
It was a bunch of kids on the 1st floor, and we just ran in and grabbed them.
Omar says the children were crying. He says he and his co-workers carried them out safely, though, handing them off to a nearby neighbor.
Do you feel like a hero? Nah, man, I'm just the average dude, average Joe.
The Attleboro District Fire Chief tells me 15 people were living in this 3-story home.
Definitely, if there's kids in there, people do superhuman things with kids. So if they did that, that's hat off to them.
The chief says everyone living in the home is displaced tonight. And this isn't the first time the house was caught on fire. According to the chief, 3 years ago, there was another fire here on the upper floors.
Definitely brings some concern. So that's what the investigation is trying to figure out, is if they're related or not.
But as for today, the chief says luckily everyone inside made it out in time. There were no injuries to report.
But to hear that everyone's okay, how does that make you feel tonight?
Makes me sleep well, right? I mean, that was the plan when we pulled up.
The chief told me he believes the fire started on the front porch of the 3rd floor here, and he also said it briefly extended to this nearby home, though investigators tonight are still trying to learn how all of this started. We're live in Attleboro. John Perrick, NBC 10 News, Night Team.
Hello, this is Meng, president of Purdue University.
And I'm Kate Young, host of the This is Purdue podcast. We're here at the Fast Company Grill at South by Southwest, and we're talking innovating what matters and driving pharma forward.
Purdue is proud to be a brand that matters for 4 years in a row now. We are a brand that talks about excellence at scale. So 58,000 students on main campus, top 10 public university in the United States. We're proud to be creating jobs and workforce at the same time. America's hard tech corridor, the pharmaceutical industry and university talent pipeline, research innovation together that has been defining the past decades and will continue to define the future ones. I look at the faces of these undergraduate and graduate students, and they are eager to say, with creativity, we can save even more lives. And with our partnership, we can accelerate and amplify that life-saving opportunity in this industry.
About a 10-minute long ride on 95 North from East Greenwich up and into Providence. Allison?
3 men and a 15-year-old boy are now facing charges after police say they robbed 2 teens at gunpoint in Cranston.
They took off from the scene in a ride share, and this morning that driver is telling NBC 10 in an exclusive interview that he had a feeling something was off as soon as they got into the car. NBC 10's Kennedy Buck, she spoke with him early this morning. She joins us live now with the signs he says he saw and what led to their arrest. Good morning, Kennedy.
Hey, good morning, Mario and Allison. The driver, who wishes to remain anonymous, says he had no idea that he was driving suspects away from the crime, but he did have a gut feeling that something was off. Now, last Monday, police say 2 teenagers were held at gunpoint outside of a Cold Stone Creamery in Cranston before suspects then hopped in a car and left. The driver tells me no one in the group ordered the ride. It was actually done by a family member or a friend. And then when he pulled up, all 4 of them ran to his car, which scared him at first. He said the rest of the drive was quiet and he dropped them off in Johnston. But luckily, the 2 teenagers who were held at gunpoint wrote his license plate down, which led police to his door that same night.
The group come from Shaw's side of things, and then they just ran into the truck. They were very hurried, very hush-hushed. But they tried to make, a few statements that, caught my ears due to my training. but I never really thought too much of it until detectives rolled up.
And coming up in a half hour, hear about the dash camera video that was in his car that was shared with police and how this led to their arrest. For now in Cranston, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
Thank you. New at 4 o'clock, a church in the Olneyville section of Providence that's been closed for years is finally getting a makeover and being converted into apartments. NBC 10's Molly Levine took a tour and tells us when they're opening.
Everything here was existing. We had to fit these residential units inside the confines of the old church.
St. Teresa of Avila Church, built in the Olneyville section of Providence in the 1880s, sat abandoned ever since it closed in 2009.
We knew we had a lot of work to do, but we didn't have a sense of some of the problems that were hidden.
Developer Paul Marks tells me they took over the building in 2019 with original plans to turn it into a commercial use building.
We had to re-permit and redesign as residential use.
Realizing the need was apartments, so now they're building 26 while maintaining the unique and historical features of the church.
You can see some of the historic features right here in the entryway. That used to be the old entrance of the church that we're keeping.
The units will be a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom apartments and lofts, washer and dryer in unit, and 5 of the 26 units will be affordable housing under the terms of a tax stabilization agreement with the city of Providence.
Rents from affordable up to market are probably $1,400 to $1,800 or $1,900, depending on the size, depending on the market.
And on the outside, there's a large solar canopy, which will provide renewable energy and covered parking for residents. Total cost of the project is about $7 million.
This will be a study area that will be unique, one of a kind.
They hope to have the apartments move-in ready by this fall, with applications opening in June.
This was the original wood beams in the church that now we are exposing inside the unit.
The beloved Olneyville Church now repurposed to much-needed housing. Reporting in Providence, Molly Levine, NBC 10 News.
The I-Team is updating its story on a controversial security and surveillance alarm system.
A change of plans will wind up costing taxpayers more, and that change recently left a pavilion on the beach without alarm protection for more than a month. The I-Team's Brian Crandall has the new developments in the story that he's been investigating for months. Brian?
Well, Patrice and Jean, this state contract has been marked by long delays, court challenges, added taxpayer money, and 2 attempts to fire the company that was hired to alarm DEM buildings. Now a resolution, though with what appears to be a security lapse along the way.
Early March, a security company pulls its alarm systems and wires out of Mesquamacut State Beach. It's 2.5 years after the company lost the contract to alarm 38 DEM properties. But a month later, the same company was back, putting new alarms and wires back in.
Just doesn't make any sense.
How did that happen? Chris Mora's National Security long held the DEM alarm contract, but in 2022 lost out to Security Solutions on a new 5-year deal. The situation immediately turned sour. National filed a court challenge claiming it unfairly lost and that Security Solutions did not have the proper credentials for the job. And in 2.5 years after getting the job, Security Solutions has installed alarms in less than 1/3 of the buildings. DEM twice requested the state purchasing office fire Security Solutions, citing delays and other issues. And state electrical inspectors determined Security Solutions had not been properly licensed to bid on the project in the first place. DEM Director Terry Gray with us in January.
We continue to have performance problems and we continue to have scheduling problems.
Security Solutions claimed delays were National's fault for dragging its feet pulling its equipment out, and that DEM was enabling National. Security Solutions boss Kenneth Marandola Jr. in January.
I believe it's just unfair. I don't think there's really any substance to the complaints.
Since our first report then, the state chose not to fire Security Solutions, reaching a deal instead. It would leave its systems in the 10 buildings it has alarmed, and National's alarms would stay in the remaining 28 buildings. National's Mora, though, still is not happy and thinks under state rules the other company should have been forced to lose the contract and remove its alarms.
They absolutely should have done that.
Now, here's where things went even more sideways. Mora was told to take his equipment out of Misquamicut, so he did, but the new plan was apparently made after that happened. So the state put the system just for Misquamicut back out to bid, and Mora's National won the contract. The result? A month after pulling their system out, they were back installing a new one. In the meantime, there were no alarms at the beach pavilion.
Unprotected for quite a period of time, which isn't right.
DEM tells us that situation was beyond their control, but that they moved quickly to get alarms back in. The cost for the new Misquamicut contract is $14,000 more than the system that just had been removed, but less than if Security Solutions had put its systems in, according to DEM.
Has the process in the end benefited you because you're getting paid all along?
Not at all, because we had substantial legal fees we incurred when we challenged the bid.
And Morris says he thinks the way all of this went down is not right.
The taxpayer ultimately loses, and that's why we need the laws to be enforced in Rhode Island with all contracts when it comes to purchasing.
All right, so a complicated situation. Now the entire alarm contract will go back out to bid in 2 years. Security Solutions did not want to do an interview for this update, but their lawyer told me they maintain they did everything consistent with the spirit of the bid and the law, and they hope the next time this contract goes out, it will be well thought out within normal industry standards. DEM also didn't want to do a new interview. Same for the state's purchasing department, which only says it has a regulatory process to follow for complaints about state contracts. For the I-Team, I'm Brian Crandall, NBC 10 News.
Police to the driver. For now in Cranston, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
Kennedy, thank you. Also new this morning, Brown University has filed disciplinary charges against a student who's accused of kind of like Doge-like action against the Ivy League institution.
Yeah, NBC 10's Abby Bedakavoli live at Brown with how the student is reacting. You just spoke with him about this. Good morning, Abby.
Yeah, Mario, Allison, good morning. I did. Back in March, Alex Shea sent emails to more than 3,800 administrators here at Brown, asking them to describe what tasks they completed throughout the week. The emails seemingly a move like Doge, Elon Musk's Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency. And in a tweet, Shea confirmed Brown has filed the disciplinary charges against him for his reporting. He asked to tell Brown to protect free speech. And Shea previously told us he used information he gathered to launch an online database using artificial intelligence detailing the different administrators working for the school. He says his actions were quickly met with an email from the university accusing him of publishing confidential information, writing his actions caused emotional distress for several university employees.
Well, I think a lot of other people were too scared of doing it, and I mean, probably for good reason. They're coming after me they're saying I broke the IT policy. They're saying I misrepresented myself because I said I was a reporter for the Brown Spectator, which I am, but it's not a recognized student group at Brown University, and so they're coming after me for all these vague offenses. Now they say it's because I broke these policies, which I didn't, but in reality, it's because they don't agree with me, and people know that. People know that at Brown, there's a particular point of view that you're supposed to have, and when you buck the trend, when you go against the administration, they come after you too.
That was Shea speaking just moments ago. A Brown University spokesperson sent a statement to NBC 10 yesterday saying the emails were framed as a journalistic inquiry, but by a news organization with no active status at Brown for more than a decade. And that spokesperson went on to say they are looking into the students' move targeting employees and whether it violated law or policy. Reporting live at Brown, Abby Bettacavoli, NBC 10 News.
Welcome back. New at 5, there's a proposed development right in the heart of Middletown, but it is not sailing through. There is pushback.
Yeah, there is, Patrice. Even after the town made tweaks to the plan, people are still opposed. NBC 10's Mike Cerullo now shows us why some longtime residents are still fighting back.
Protesting at Potsy Field over a proposed development.
The residents wanted to preserve Potsy's Field.
The idea has been tossed around for more than a decade, but picked up steam again in recent years.
Town residents overwhelmingly reject the town and the developer's proposal.
The proposal hones in on 15 acres along West Main Road between Coddington Highway and Valley Road, transforming the land into a mix of housing, retail, and recreational opportunities. Even a hotel, now cut from a max of 75 feet to 55 feet tall. Last month, the town rebooted a citizen advisory group on the project, but for some, these tweaks are not enough.
We don't want a hotel, too much traffic, and it's a huge strain on the infrastructure.
Across the street, the owner of Blue Plate Diner says he understands concerns about open space, but also sees the impact new businesses could have on the town's economy.
Out of all the three towns on the island, Middletown seems to be the most reasonable in taxes, and the only thing that's going to keep taxes down are businesses moving into the area. But that has to be balanced with, listening to what friends and neighbors want.
One snag in the project has been Potsy Field. The feds transferred nearly 4 acres of land to the town with certain restrictions, but town leaders claim they can move the recreational area elsewhere. Residents are worried that could be as far as Hugendorf Nurseries, more than a mile away.
The town planned to move Potsy's Field, but they failed to ask the National Park Service if they could even do it.
Tomorrow, the planning board is expected to recommend zoning changes for this property to the town council. There'll be another chance for the public to comment before the town council votes on those. In Middletown, Mike Cerullo, NBC 10 News.
With compelling testimony in the Karen Reed retrial from the woman who lost her son. And it's the first time we've heard from John O'Keefe's heartbroken mother who rushed to her son's side at the hospital. I'm Gene Valicenti.
And I'm Patrice Wood. There were so many tears in the courtroom today. Karen Reed is on trial again, accused of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him for dead. NBC 10's Katie Benoit was back in the courtroom today, and she's live in Dedham. Katie?
Jean Patrice, it was silent in the courtroom as John O'Keefe's mother testified. Now, she did not testify in Karen Reed's first murder trial, and she told the court that her son was wonderful with his niece and nephew, who he took care of.
He's bruised up, his eyes were closed.
Peggy O'Keefe sobbing in front of the jury, speaking softly about the morning her son, John O'Keefe, died. The defendant, Karen Reed, was also at the hospital.
I hear Karen Reed yell, "Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?" And she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, "You just left him there?"
Carrie Roberts picked up Peggy and her husband that morning after finding O'Keefe in the snow outside a home in Canton with Reed. She, too, fighting tears on the stand.
Yeah.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
Roberts testified about what Reed's Lexus looked like. The defendant is accused of backing into the Boston police officer.
The taillight itself, the piece was missing, and as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out.
The defense, meanwhile, challenged prior grand jury testimony from Roberts.
Technically, I was under oath, and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it.
And yet under oath.
But I knew it happened at that time.
And yet under oath you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie? I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And not intentionally.
Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
Reed's attorneys claim there was a police cover-up in the case. The first law enforcement witness took the stand today to talk about the process of getting data off O'Keefe's phone. He will likely be called again. And another Canton firefighter took the stand today. He'll be back tomorrow. Live in Dedham, Katie Benoit, NBC 10 News.
All right, thanks, Katie. Be sure to look for my daily debrief with Katie and our legal consultants every day after 5 o'clock on our NBC 10 WJAR YouTube channel. Also NBC 10 News at 7 on television.
Good to have you back. You know, we all know the cliche of firefighters being called to rescue the cats from the trees, but not usually kids.
But that's just what happened in Rehoboth when a 5-year-old boy ended up getting stuck in a tree. NBC 10's Kennedy Buck gives us a closer look at the rescue.
Boys will be boys.
It's a universal saying with different meanings, but for the Eckerson family, this phrase led to a pretty high adventure.
I was working down in the basement and my wife was in the front yard and the kids came over to the side and next thing we knew, we had our son way up high in the tree.
And by way up, he means 35 feet in the air. Malachi, a 5-year-old little boy, had climbed from the bottom of this skinny tree in the yard and was almost at the top.
He managed to prop the board up against a tree and get pretty high. I think he was freaking out the most of all. He didn't like being up that high.
The Eckersons say they're used to their children running around in their yard and having fun with nature, but this was a first. And not just for the family, but also for the Rehoboth Fire Department, who helped bring him back down to the ground.
We responded with the ladder truck and were able to get the truck down the driveway. It was long and narrow, but to get in there and put the aerial up and rescue him. One of the captains went up the ladder and secured him with a rope and a belt just to make sure, you know, he'd be safe and just carried him down the ladder.
Malachi is now safe and sound and no injuries in sight. In fact, he's back playing in the woods with his siblings. Although it was scary, the family now has a very tall tale to share forever.
We're going to tell the story about Malachi climbing the tree for a long time, I think.
And the Eckersons tell me they're already working on changing the area near the tree, so Malachi won't be able to climb back up. But they do tell me it will probably be hard to take their eyes off of him. For now in Rehoboth, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
And we begin here at 11 o'clock with breaking news. Pawtucket police have pulled a body from the Seekonk River. It's just a stone's throw from Tidewater Landing. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm John Perrick. Sam's off tonight. The night team's Erin Coogan is live right now at police headquarters. And Erin, it's my understanding that you saw police investigating well after dark?
Yeah, well, police were on the water. They were along the shoreline opposite of the stadium for hours this evening. Pawtucket police say they received those first calls of a possible body in the water just after 5:30 this afternoon. Witnesses at the nearby Festival Pier boat launch say Pawtucket police and fire responded, taking to the river by boat and combing through foliage along the water's edge. Now, Pawtucket police confirming tonight that the body was located and removed from the water between the I-95 bridge and Festival Pier.
Came down the river and there was like 4 or 5 police cars, a couple of fire trucks, and the rescue boat, and they was doing something over here. And then I see them load something in the rescue. But besides that, but the fire department, they did their job. They had the boats out. They did everything they were supposed to do.
Now, John, something important to note, too, is that this is the second body pulled from a Rhode Island river within the last 7 days. It was just this past Wednesday that we saw a 49-year-old man's body get pulled from a Providence river. In that case, police say no foul play was suspected. Investigation here in Pawtucket, meanwhile, is ongoing. We're live in Pawtucket. Erin Coogan, NBC 10 News.
This Saturday, April 26th, thousands of people across the country will gather to fight against pancreatic cancer, and that includes Golden Bachelorette Joan Vassos and her entire family.
Yeah, the Maryland native sat down with Megan Clark at our sister station in D.C. to share her connection to the cause.
My late husband, John, was diagnosed on Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2019, and he fought for almost 2 years, the cancer, but finally passed away on January 18th, 2021. So I am here honoring his memory. This is exactly what he would want, that we move forward and help somebody else so no other family has to endure the same cancer. So the 5-year survival rate for this kind of cancer is only 13%. And that's up from 1999 when it was only 3% or 4%. But it still has such a long way to go. The reason that it's so deadly is there is really no easy way to detect it. So there's no test, there's no blood test or, any kind of scan. And the other reason is there are not a lot of great treatment options. And that is, due mainly to funding. So biopharm and pharmaceutical companies are not readily engaging in clinical trials because they've had such a low success rate. So the funding and getting companies and pharmaceutical and researchers to actually study this cancer and figure out a good test and better treatment options to get to patients faster will improve that survival rate immensely.
This is really making change. That's why events like this are so important. How did you get involved in PanCan, and tell us about Purple Stride?
Yeah, so they approached me. I did not know about PanCan.
Cool.
I so wish I had when we were going through the journey with my husband, because we didn't know about the resources, and PanCan has so many resources. They are engaged with clinical trials. They know all about all the specialists. So they would have been such an amazing resource. We didn't have it at the time, but apparently the PanCan people knew my story based on, from my bio on the show, and they approached me and they said, we have this great network. And I read about them, and I spoke with, some of the people from PanCan, and I realized this was the perfect thing that I needed to do, that this was a organization that was doing exactly what we need to find a cure for this cancer. And it's exactly the perfect way to honor John's memory. So they approached me about being, working with them and being the ambassador for this year's Purple Stride. And I readily said yes.
Yeah.
And my family is involved and my friends are involved, and it's become a big community for me. And it's been like actually a joyous thing to be doing. It's joy coming from a real tragedy.
It's truly, and just a beautiful way for you to help others. This is so lovely. How can people take part and support PanCan on April 26th and support? They can even join your team, right? Or give?
Yes,
okay.
yes. It's in almost 60 communities throughout the United States, but you can go on purplestride.org/Joan Vassos and join my team, or you can make a donation. And the name of my team is called It's Just a Sprain, and that's in honor of John, who just had the most amazing, great outlook on life, even facing such a tragedy or such a terrible cancer. He still would joke and say it's just a sprain. So we named the team after him because we're honoring his memory.
That's beautiful. So no matter where you are, you can help and take part. April 26th, mark it on your calendars. Joan Vassos, our Golden Bachelorette. Joan, amazing work you're doing. Thank you so much for joining us to talk about this beautiful event.
Thank you.
So if you'd like to register to join, go to pancan.org/purplestride. The Rhode Island event will be at Roger Williams Park.
Yep, it's at the Temple of Music Event Village. It opens at 8:30 a.m. Our own Judge Frank Caprio, who is a survivor, will be taking part as well.
High amount of electricity down here due to cultivation activity.
That cultivation activity was an illegal marijuana grow operation, according to police, that went up in flames in Cumberland. This is just some of what firefighters and police officers discovered in that smoky basement. Good to have you, everyone. I'm Dan Janik.
And I'm Patrice Wood. We have new details on the fire that led to the felony charges. Here's NBC 10's Gabrielle Caracciolo.
If it weren't for this orange sign on the door, you'd never be able to tell what was happening at this Cumberland home.
Neighbors reporting smoke coming out of the basement.
Tuesday, it was a fire that unveiled the illegal marijuana cultivation operation happening inside.
Appears to be high amount of electricity down here due to cultivation.
Police say 40 mature marijuana plants were found. That's 37 more than the legal limit for personal use. In Rhode Island, anyone over 21 is allowed to have no more than 6 plants in their residence. Only 3 of those can be considered mature.
You don't want to share your side of the story of what happened?
Nope. Several people were home when we stopped by the house on Sun Valley Drive today. Homeowner Mark Garvey is facing a felony marijuana possession charge.
There were a lot of comments on Facebook after police announced this, people saying they didn't think this was something that should be illegal, even if it is. So that's why we wanted to see if you wanted to share your side of things.
Despite the online outcry, Cumberland police say this was an example of something clearly illegal. The police chief tells us the fire was likely caused by part of the grow operation malfunctioning. He says it ignited right near a gas line, and that outcome could have been much worse. In Cumberland, Gabrielle Caracciolo, NBC 10 News.
Thank you. New at 4 o'clock, a church in the Olneyville section of Providence that's been closed for years is finally getting a makeover and being converted into apartments. NBC 10's Molly Levine took a tour and tells us when they're opening.
Everything here was existing. We had to fit these residential units inside
the confines of the old church.
St. Teresa of Avila Church, built in the Olneyville section of Providence in the 1880s, sat abandoned ever since it closed in 2009.
We knew we had a lot of work to do, but we didn't have a sense of some of the problems that were hidden.
Developer Paul Marks tells me they took over the building in 2019 with original plans to turn it into a commercial use building.
We had to re-permit and redesign as residential use.
Realizing the need was apartments, so now they're building 26 while maintaining the unique and historical features of the church.
You can see some of the historic features right here in the entryway. That used to be the old entrance of the church that we're keeping.
The units will be a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom apartments and lofts, washer and dryer in unit, and 5 of the 26 units will be affordable housing under the terms of a tax stabilization agreement with the city of Providence.
Rents from affordable up to market are probably $1,400 to $1,800 or $1,900. Depending on the size, depending on the market.
And on the outside, there's a large solar canopy, which will provide renewable energy and covered parking for residents. Total cost of the project is about $7 million.
This will be a study area that will be unique, one of a kind.
They hope to have the apartments move-in ready by this fall, with applications opening in June.
This was the original wood beams in the church that now we are exposing inside the unit.
The beloved Olneyville Church now repurposed to much needed housing. Reporting in Providence, Molly Levine, NBC 10 News.
Good morning. Abby?
AJ, thank you. Happening today, Governor Dan McKee and the Secretary of Housing will unveil a new statewide housing plan for Rhode Island.
The details are limited on what Housing 2030 will look like, but it will include strategies for more housing options in the future. NBC 10's Kennedy Buck joins us live outside the State House to explain some of the expectations that we could see here. Good morning, Kennedy.
Hey, good morning, Mario and Abby. This will be Rhode Island's first comprehensive housing plan since 2006, and state leaders are calling this rough draft Housing 2030. Officials say the draft will include strategies on how to preserve affordable and diverse housing options in the state, something that has been a recent challenge for many people living here. In February, a report by Redfin revealed that Providence is one of the least affordable cities in the country for renters. The median asking price to rent is $2,145. Some say there needs to be better options without asking for such high costs from people who may live alone or not making enough to meet the average income.
As a single person, it's not doable. You can't do it on your own unless you have, one of the bigger jobs. But as someone who's more on the beginning side of my career, it's almost near impossible.
And the Housing 2030 draft will be revealed today at 1:30 p.m. for public review and comment. For now, live in Providence, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News. At turn10.com. For now in Providence, Kennedy Buck, NBC 10 News.
All right, thank you, Kennedy. New this morning, Providence Mayor Brett Smiley testifies at the State House on a bill on his tax increase in his new budget proposal.
He's seeking to exceed the state's mandated cap of 4%. The mayor's doing this to make up funding he was ordered to pay to the city schools. He told members of the committee that there is no plan right now if the bill is denied. Smiley says cuts would have to be made. Some residents testified against the bill.
Now they're putting their hand in my pocket. Nobody asked me what lawyers to hire, how to deal with that underfunded public school system problem. But now he's going into my pocket to pay for it? No. I'm asking you, don't give him what he wants on this. Let him get creative.
The bill was held for further study, which is typical procedure. This gives lawmakers time to look over all in-person and written testimony. No date's been set yet to discuss the bill again.
Okay, first at 6 o'clock, neighbors in Seekonk shocked to see a massive home burned to the ground in a new development. And now add to that a lack of water to fight the fire. And you can see why some folks are even more upset tonight. I'm Gene Valicenti.
And I'm Patrice. Well, this was just devastating. We're learning tonight the town doesn't have its own tanker truck. NBC 10's Molly Levine has been looking into this, talking with residents and fire officials. Molly?
Patrice and Jean, people continue to drive by pretty much all day just to get a look at what's left of what used to be a big, beautiful home on Emily Way. Neighbors say the fire is both devastating and eye-opening.
We feel horrible for the family that lost everything and the dogs. We walk here every day.
Dense black smoke that could be seen from miles away pouring out of this $1 million home on Emily Way. The flames could not be stopped, consuming everything but 2 pillars that held up the front porch.
That was definitely an eye-opener, and that was definitely a concern.
Nearby resident Val Ribeiro is worried about the lack of hydrants in the subdivision, and today we learned Seekonk doesn't own a fire tanker to bring in water. Seekonk Fire Chief Sean Whalen tells us his engines arrived with 2,000 gallons of water, which was used up in minutes while the fire grew more fierce. The town frequently relies on Rehoboth's water tanker, which took more than 15 minutes to arrive. The ladder truck set up to spray water from above was useless without the tanker.
We pay high taxes, and I think that that's definitely something that needs to change.
And we wanted to see for ourselves, so we went searching for the nearest fire hydrant to Emily Way. It's on Reed Street, about 1.5 miles away from the house, something that isn't sitting right with others who live in the neighborhood.
I don't know the logistics of it, but there's something that definitely needs to be discussed at the next town meeting.
Fire crews were back at the scene this morning. I asked the chief if he's concerned about new neighborhoods without hydrants and if he thinks they should be required, but he didn't want to go on camera.
Needs to change in order to ensure the safety of all the other houses that remain here.
Fire officials say the homeowners were out of the country, and unfortunately their 2 dogs did die inside. I've reached out to both the fire chief as well as the town administrator's office to try and get some answers to our questions. I'm live in Seekonk, Molly Levine, NBC 10 News.
And here's what's happening first at 5:30. Garden City is starting to fill some of the vacant stores at their outdoor shopping area. We first brought you the story at 7 o'clock last night. Good to have you back. I'm Dan Janick.
And I'm Emily Voles. They'll be adding a farmer's market as well. NBC 10's Temitopa Adelea walks us through what you can expect this year.
Work to make room for Garden City Center's newest stores is underway.
Very excited to have even more new stores opening here at Garden City Center.
The Cranston Shopping Plaza is welcoming 5 new businesses. Boston-based business Ana Taqueria will be stationed at the Old Boston Market here next to Dunkin', serving authentic Mexican food. Polka Dog Treat Bakery, Kendra Scott Jewelry Store, and J. McLaughlin Clothing will be here inside the old Chico store. The Ever Eve Women's Clothing is also on the list, but it doesn't have a location just yet.
And I just remember just a Newport Creamery and very few stores. And this is like a whole nother world. It's great.
Plus, a farmer's market starting next month.
It's not only fruits, vegetables, it's different crafts, curators. We'll even have a little bit of a beer garden.
Garden City Center is 90% leased out with a few vacancies, but that will change.
We're going to be announcing fairly soon Anthony's Coal-Fired Pizza had left. They were having financial difficulties throughout their whole company. So we'll be, naming someone for that space. Obviously, last fall, we had the unfortunate fire at Applebee's and at Bistro. We'll be replacing those 2 restaurants with other restaurants in the future. And then Party City, as we all know, closed throughout the country. So we're working. We have a lot of interest in that space.
Skin Spa New York is no longer coming to GCC. So this space and the Anthony's location will be consolidated into one space for a new restaurant.
I'd like to see a clock store.
And why?
Because I like clocks.
What would you like to see here?
I would like a candy store.
The 5 new businesses are expected to open this fall. In Cranston, Temitopa Adelea, NBC 10 News.
First at 5, live to Vatican City, where Catholics continue to gather to mourn the death of Pope Francis. Italy is in 5 days of national mourning. The body of Pope Francis is on display in Vatican City. His casket is wooden. He said he wanted something simple and plain. Good evening, everyone. I'm Patrice Wood.
And I'm Dan Janick. So looking ahead, tomorrow there will be a procession as the Pope's body is moved to St. Peter's Basilica, where the public can then pay their respects. Hundreds of cardinals, bishops, and priests will take part in that procession through Vatican City. Once the coffin arrives at the Basilica, it will face the pews. That is where Pope Francis will lie in state until his funeral on Saturday. Now, unlike past popes, as we've reported, Francis wanted to be buried in a basilica just outside of Vatican City. It was a papal embrace seen around the world. A boy from Rhode Island was at the heart of one of the first viral images of Pope Francis's papacy.
And tonight we are speaking with his family. Gabrielle Caracciolo is in the studio with their story. Gabrielle?
It was a moment that captivated millions. Just 2 weeks after becoming Pope, the new leader of the Catholic Church embracing a young Rhode Island boy with disabilities.
It never gets old. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
This is Dominic Gondreau and Pope Francis after Easter Sunday Mass in 2013. Dominic, just 8 years old at the time, has cerebral palsy.
It'll be always a great cherished memory in our family, and Pope Francis will always hold a very special place in our family's home.
His father, Paul, a theology professor at Providence College, was teaching in Rome that semester. He was sitting in a different part of the crowd with his other kids.
All of a sudden, my other son was looking at the Jumbotron. He saw it on the Jumbotron. He said, "Oh, it's Dominic," my son Dominic. And I started to look up at the Jumbotron, and there it is. And it's pretty magnificent to look up at the Jumbotron and see the Pope embracing my son.
The embrace, only about 15 seconds, left a lasting impact.
Something quite amazing, really almost miraculous, in that my son has very severe cerebral palsy, and he put his arm around Pope Francis. I can count on my one hand the number of times he's been able to do that. So the fact that he knew, I mean, he's not impaired cognitively, so he knew exactly who it was who was picking him up.
12 Easters later, now reflecting on Pope Francis's death, Paul hopes this once viral moment teaches a lesson in love once again.
Here you have a child with severe special needs who is able physically to do so little, yet what he's able to do is something much more, which teaches us in a much deeper manner, which is, the human ability to love and be loved. And what more important lesson can there be in life than that?
Dominic is now 20. The family still lives in Johnston, and Paul tells me that Dominic smiles and laughs when this memory is brought up, but he hasn't given any clue as to what exactly Pope Francis whispered to him during that embrace. In studio, Gabrielle Caracciolo, NBC 10 News.
3, 2, 1. Yellowgate, easy as 1, 2, 3. Super fast install, pre-assembled, OSHA compliant, safety swing gates.
Testimony in Karen Reed's highly publicized retrial is underway. Both sides also delivered opening statements to the jury today.
This is the second bite at the apple for the state in the death of her Boston cop boyfriend. NBC 10's Katie Benoit recaps the court action today in Dedham. Katie?
Jean Patrice, opening statements are not considered evidence, but they are like a roadmap of what both sides plan to show in the case. And this time around in the trial, witnesses are being called in a different order.
There was a light dusting of snow. The Lexus tire spun backwards. She went backwards at least 70 feet. She clipped John O'Keefe. He fell backwards, hit his head, broke his skull.
Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan laying out the details of the Commonwealth's case against Karen Reed. She's accused of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him to die outside a Canton house party. But her defense claims there was a cover-up and someone inside the home is responsible for his death.
There was no collision. John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle, period.
The Bristol County woman is still facing 3 charges, including second-degree murder, despite a series of appeals following a mistrial last July. Alan Jackson pointing out the lead investigator in the case, Trooper Michael Proctor, was fired last month.
A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor.
Meanwhile, prosecutors played an interview of Reed on Dateline during openings.
Well, could I have done something that knocked him out?
Firefighter Timothy Nuttall was the first to testify. He responded to the scene that morning.
I hit him.
The defense challenged inconsistencies from his prior testimony in the first trial. Also, Kerry Roberts, who helped Reed search for O'Keefe, took the stand for a short time today, recalling a phone call with the defendant early that morning.
Kerry, John's dead.
And supporters of Reed do continue to gather around the courthouse, but the buffer zone is bigger this time. One man was arrested today for trespassing. Live in Dedham, Katie Benoit, NBC 10 News.
Now be sure to look for my daily debrief with Katie and our legal consultants every day after 5 o'clock on our NBC 10 WJAR YouTube channel. Also on NBC 10 News at 7 on television. And if you want to watch it live, gavel to gavel, that's also streaming on our NBC 10 WJAR YouTube channel every day of court.
New tonight, it's been 20 years since a young drunk driver in Narragansett took the lives of two elderly sisters. On this year's solemn anniversary, relatives of the victims are reflecting on their heartbreak and their healing. NBC 10's Erin Coogan joined us live in the studio with their story. Erin.
Yeah, well, Sam, all grown up now, the granddaughter and niece of those two victims told me there isn't a day that goes by without something reminding her of the loss. But she says what hurts the most is the driver seemingly not learning from her mistakes.
Their words Melissa Yuchi says she lives by to this day.
We have to move forward in life. You have to, because you are here. But while you're here, make the right choice in your life and never have any regrets.
This weekend marks 20 years since her grandmother, 95-year-old Theodora Mastraccio, and her great-aunt, 86-year-old Vicky Riccio, were killed by a drunk driver in Narragansett.
It's been 20 years, but it's still with you. It's heartbreaking.
She says while passing years have helped her family heal, no amount of time will take away the memories from the night of the crash.
You know, how do you move on? They would want us to move on. They would not want us to live and sulk for everything.
Behind the wheel of the out-of-control car was then 18-year-old Brandy Graff.
We forgave her the first time, not forgave her, wanted her to have a second chance because she was young.
Yuchi says she and other surviving family members even made an effort to reconcile with Graff.
We visit her at prison. We thought she was turning her life around.
Only to learn in 2019, while on probation, police say Graff drove the wrong way down a one-way street in Providence and hit another car. Blood alcohol testing indicated she was driving 3 times above the legal limit.
To do that to our family, and then you go and hurt another family, and your family, her family, is affected. It's not just our family, it's everybody's lives that are ruined by this.
Now, as the 20th anniversary of her family's tragedy falls on Easter Sunday, Yuchi says resentment will be on the back burner, her family focusing on ways to keep the memory and spirit of her grandmother and aunt alive. Reporting in studio, Erin Coogan, NBC 10 News.
Three, two, one.
Yellowgate. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Super fast install. Pre-assembled. OSHA compliant. Safety swing gates.
Tomorrow is Easter, but for many cannabis enthusiasts, the date also marks another kind of celebration. Since the early 70s, April 20th, or 420, has become widely recognized as marijuana holiday. NBC 10's Erin Coogan joins us live from Attleboro tonight, where one local dispensary is making the most out of this weekend. Erin.
Yeah, well, Sam, the 420 festivities going down a day early here at the Zahara dispensary so folks can celebrate Easter Sunday with their family. But we had hundreds of folks gathering here today for what staff call the Super Bowl of the cannabis world.
We got everything you could ever possibly want for a 420 smoke out.
It's one of the cannabis industry's most profitable days of the year.
You know, holidays are always great, but 420 is our baby, so we want to make sure that we're set up for that.
Raking in a whopping $6 billion last year in a single day throughout the Commonwealth, the April 20th smokers holiday has greatly evolved over the years, transforming from its once counterculture roots to today's more mainstream celebration.
So for somebody like I'm not a smoker or whatnot, but it's been really great for me to kind of see how this community comes together and get to know different people.
And since legalization throughout southern New England, the day has become an opportunity to celebrate with food, friends, and deals on marijuana products.
The vibe, the energy has just been infectious.
Last spring, after a near tragedy at Zahara when a car smashed through the store's front window, they still went on to host the 420 event.
It's pretty much our 1-year anniversary since the car crash, so obviously things have been doing well for us, and we, community's been so supportive of us.
The day, also an opportunity to educate and destigmatize marijuana products and its users.
For me personally, I have epilepsy, so it's prevented me from having seizures for about 5 or 6 years now.
I mean, we get a lot of people coming in, learning about it, wanting to know more, getting off of opioids, people that, like veterans with PTSD and all those other medical conditions that, getting off of the pills and going into cannabis, and it's been really a game changer for that.
Of course, with health and safety top of mind, staff here at Zahara said they had employees walking the event grounds to make sure everyone was enjoying within their limits. We're live in Attleboro. Erin Coogan, NBC 10 News.
3, 2, 1.
Yellowgate. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Super fast install. Pre-assembled. OSHA compliant. Safety swing gates.
Our Providence taxpayers are now readying for a tax hike as Mayor Brett Smiley unveiled the city's latest budget proposal yesterday. Good afternoon, I'm Brian Crandall. The increases come as money in the capital city is tight following last year's agreement to allocate nearly $11 million additional dollars for school funding. NBC 10's Aaron Coogan joins us live outside Providence City Hall this afternoon with resident reaction. Aaron?
Yeah, well, Brian, while maybe expected, residents say these proposed tax increases are a major hardship on their already tight pocketbooks. Now, unveiled yesterday in the budget hearing, increases on taxes to homeowners ranging from 4% for single-family homes to 16% for multifamily units. Fines and fees around the city will also see a jump. Expired meter fees, for example, will go from a $25 penalty to $40, and additional payments for bulky item trash pickups and dog licensing are also included in the hopes taxpayers will help shoulder the city's multi-million-dollar education expenditure.
I don't have a problem with a reasonable increase, just as long as there is transparency and disclosure as to how those proceeds or profits are being used.
I mean, you want to keep going up on prices and stuff. People are struggling right now. You need to stop, help people out. Rent's going up in Providence because of taxes. I mean, I don't know what he expects people to do, but.
Meanwhile, Mayor Smiley says city savings are also coming as certain administrative jobs are going to be canceled for the upcoming year, but he says that the general population won't feel the absence of those jobs. We're live in Providence. Aaron Coogan, NBC 10 News.
Spring is here and adventure is calling. At Coastal RV Center, we make finding the perfect RV easy and exciting. Whether you're looking for a new road trek, a top quality pre-owned motorhome, or a feature-packed travel trailer, we take the guesswork out of RV shopping with trusted guidance and transparent pricing on all of America's top brands. With a carefully selected inventory and expert service after the sale, you can hit the road with total confidence. Start your next adventure at Coastal RV Center or online at coastalrvcenter.com, your trusted family-owned RV partner.
Morning, the Rhode Island Lottery is installing new jackpot billboards. They'll now accurately show the really large jackpots. This originally came into us as an Ask Allison question about when the signs would eventually be updated to accommodate all the numbers. And here we are this morning. This is the new board installed along the Wampanoag Trail. Two others are going up tomorrow, the one overlooking 95 from Elmwood Avenue and then along Route 146. I recently asked the Department of Revenue about this because they oversee the lottery, about when the boards would change because the old boards could only show up to $999 million. Well, in the past few years, it's been kind of cool. We've seen several Powerball and Mega Millions jackpots go well over that into the billion-dollar range. So Mega Millions recently increased their ticket prices to $5 with their starting jackpots at $50 million. And then they increased the Mega Player odds too. So that means these jackpots will keep growing and growing, bigger and bigger. According to the Rhode Island Lottery, on the first drawing of the new Mega Millions format last week, here's the proof. Players won 5.8 times more than they did with the old format. Good.
Spring is here and adventure is calling. At Coastal RV Center, we make finding the perfect RV easy and exciting. Whether you're looking for a new road trek, a top quality pre-owned motorhome, or a feature-packed travel trailer, we take the guesswork out of RV shopping with trusted guidance and transparent pricing on all of America's top brands. With a carefully selected inventory and expert service after the sale, you can hit the road with total confidence. Start your next adventure at Coastal RV Center or online at coastalrvcenter.com, your trusted family-owned RV partner.
To fly, and Kristen, the deadline is fast approaching for you to get your real ID. It'll soon be federal law to have one before flying from a United States airport.
NBC 10's Abby Buttacavoli is live for us in Fall River with what you need to know this morning. Abby, good morning. The headline also is if you have a passport, you're good to go, right?
Yes, Alice and Mario, that is correct. You can have your passport or your real ID, but it might just be a good idea to snag one from an RMV like here in Fall River. And the great news, you don't need an appointment to get it done. Now, the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles is offering walk-in appointments at all service centers for travelers with upcoming trips who need to upgrade their ID. May 7th is the compliance deadline. You may already have a real ID, though. If you have a star in the upper right-hand corner, you're good to go. If not, you can head to an RMV. The documents you'll need to bring with you to apply for your real ID include your renewal application, proof of lawful residence, such as a birth certificate or U.S. passport, 2 proofs of Massachusetts residency, and proof of your full Social Security number.
We understand that some people are interested in this and we're seeing higher demand, so we are accepting walk-in customers at all of our service centers for those that have travel plans or about to expire and are interested in a real ID. So we're happy and ready to serve you.
RMV officials remind residents that it can take 10 to 14 business days from the date you see them to receive your real ID in the mail. And again, if you are planning to fly on or after May 7th, a good idea to get that real ID or make sure you have your U.S. passport to fly within the country or outside abroad. Reporting live in Fall River, Abby Buttacavoli, NBC 10 News.
Thank you.
You have the freedom to choose at Galliana CDJR Mount Pleasant. You pay what we pay during the Freedom of Choice Pricing Program event. Get standalone employee pricing for all on select new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram models. Or upgrade to a new 2025 Jeep Compass for only $24,998. At Galliana CDJR Mount Pleasant, you just don't get a deal, you get the real deal. The Freedom of Choice Pricing Program event. Visit GallianaSC.com now.
Temi, also happening today, Providence Mayor Brett Smiley will formally present his proposed budget for the next fiscal year.
He's already said residents should expect to pay more this upcoming year. So how much? NBC 10's Abby Buttacavoli is live in Providence with that part of this report. Abby, good morning.
Yeah, Allison, Mario, good morning. If you live in the city of Providence, Mayor Brett Smiley says you should expect an increase to your taxes. Now, Smiley says this is the fiscally responsible choice, and there wasn't a better alternative after the city reached a settlement in November to pay $15 million more for city schools this year. The deal ended a 5-year legal fight with the state that claimed the city was not paying enough for the school system since the state takeover. Mayor Smiley has said city jobs, programs, and non-essential items would be cut, and he said he wanted to tax parking lots to raise money. Here's the mayor on Connect to Providence last week.
The average homeowner for a single-family home in Providence will see their taxes go up not by more than a couple $100 a year. So we're talking 15, 20, 30 bucks a month, depending on the value of your home. Obviously, if your house is worth more, your tax bill is higher.
And Mayor Smiley's proposed budget address is tonight at 5:30 at City Hall Chambers. Reporting live in Providence, Abby Buttacavoli, NBC 10 News.
You have the freedom to choose at Galliana CDJR Mount Pleasant. You pay what we pay during the Freedom of Choice Pricing Program event. Get standalone employee pricing for all on select new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram models. Or upgrade to a new 2025 Jeep Compass for only $24,998. At Galliana CDJR Mount Pleasant, you just don't get a deal, you get the real deal. The Freedom of Choice Pricing Program event. Visit GallianaSC.com now.
Closed. Stay with us for updates throughout the morning here on Sunrise and on turn10.com.
In the meantime, and happening right now, South Coast Rail struggles. Staffing shortages with a new rail service left commuters stranded last night.
People waited as long as 5 hours before they could get a ride. NBC 10's Temi Tope Atalaya live in Taunton to see how rides are going this morning. Morning, Temi Tope.
Good morning, Mario and Allison. Yeah, that's right. So far, so good this morning for commuters. In fact, we've already had 2 trains come and go this morning. No trouble so far. But let's take you back to what commuters experienced last night. NBC 10 was on scene at the Fall River station speaking to people who were stranded. Hour after hour, hundreds of commuters received alerts that their train rides were canceled. When we asked the MBTA for the reason, they blamed staffing shortages. Like Mario said, canceled trips span more than 5 hours, with alternative MBTA shuttle services only offered to passengers of the first couple of canceled rides, and commuters were not happy. We spoke with one commuter this morning who says that he's taking his chances boarding this morning and doesn't understand how there's a shortage.
Thoughts on that is that I thought they hired all kind of new people for this line, and apparently it's not working.
We did reach out to the MBTA to learn more details about the staffing shortage, but did not hear back. For now, live in Taunton, Temi Talk Badalea, NBC 10 News.
On the Water boat sales is off to a strong start this year, and right now we're looking to expand our inventory. If you have a center console, dual console, bay boat, or flats boat that you're looking to sell, now is the time. With over 20 years experience, On the Water Boat Sales is South Carolina's most knowledgeable and trusted boat broker. Visit onthewaterboatsales.com today and let's make sure your boat gets the attention it deserves.
At an Eastside Middle School here in the Valley demanding help from the Clark County School District after a parent was able to make her way onto campus during class and threatened a teacher. Today, a member of the district brought up the incident that happened last month at Bailey Middle School. Thank you for joining us at 6. I'm Dana Wagner in for Jim tonight.
And I'm Marie Mortera in for Latoya. Now, the Bond Oversight Committee members say this parent threatened to even shoot the teacher. Crisis in the Classroom investigative reporter Tiffany Lane is live outside that campus with more of the disturbing details.
As a father, I can't sit here and not prepare to protect our students.
Abraham Camejo, a CCSD Bond Oversight Committee member, sharing emails from school leaders at Bailey Middle School about an incident on March 28th where a parent forced her way onto the campus without permission.
A parent entered Bailey's campus school during instructional time and threatened to shoot and kill the teacher that allegedly called her daughter slow.
The emails say that the mother also threatened another student at the East Valley School before being escorted out of the classroom.
She spent 20 minutes in the parking lot telling us how she will put the school on hard lockdown, and even mentioned that our school was way too easy to gain access.
Dr. Eva White has served on the school organizational team for Bailey. That's the group that deals with the campus's budget. She and Camejo say the previous principal and current principal have been asking for a gate since 2020.
At that time, the previous principal had said, well, we're 1 to 2 years away from getting this single point of entry. And so that would have meant it would have been 2021 or 2022 that there would have been this security upgrade to the school.
Bailey parent Cindy Lopez just learned about the incident.
It scares me, to be honest, because it could have been towards a student here. I feel like the fence would definitely help out a lot, so this incident won't happen again. Worse to, a student.
Now, the CCSD Communications Department in a statement said the district continues security enhancements that began on campuses in the 2022-2023 school year, and quote, through these enhancement efforts, CCSD focuses on creating a controlled single point of entry on campuses, bolstering perimeter fencing, and modernizing security camera systems. Now, here's what else is happening. After today's meeting, we know that the construction division plans on going to the superintendent because there have been requests, including from Camejo, to really get this stepped up, because as of right now, the principal told Camejo that they were told by the district that that gate would be completed by early 2027. And a lot of people are saying that's just too late. You don't want to have another incident like what happened here already, and staff and students are not feeling safe. And Camejo says that he also plans on going in front of the School Board of Trustees for Thursday's meeting to really speak to them and see if they can get the ball rolling faster on this as well. For now, reporting live from the East Valley, I'm Tiffany Lane for News 3. Back to you.
What an eye-opening report tonight, and I'm sure there are a lot of parents in the Las Vegas Valley that are going to be asking their school leaders how many entry points there are at their children's schools across the valley. Tiffany, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
And we asked you what you would like to see as far as improvement is concerned when it comes to security on school campuses. One viewer writes, I would like to see schools being allowed to have consequences again. Ridiculous that students can break rules and be back in class. You can still weigh in. Just head over to our News 3 Facebook post on the topic.
So despite Well, there's a new look to the historic Pensacola Beach sign. It no longer says Gulf of Mexico and now reads Drive East along the Gulf of America. Escambia County Commissioners announced those changes today, and commissioners say the move comes after the president's executive order changing the name of the Gulf.
Escambia County is the latest across the Panhandle to implement the name change. Tanner Stewart joining us now with some of the commissioners' reactions to the sign.
So, Bob, Commissioners Mike Kohler and Ashley Hoffberger say the sign change has been in the works for several weeks now. They tell me it's already gaining support from other Florida lawmakers. The sign cost $2,600 roughly to change. I'm told County Administrator Wes Moreno had the authority to make this change without a board vote. Kohler says he talked with Moreno when the president's executive order went into effect February 9th, and he wanted to get something done fast. Ashley Hoffberger says she met with the local sign company who made the change and decided on the American flag themed text that you see. Hoffberger says she's received feedback from those who support the sign and also those who question the change.
So it is a landmark sign, and someone asked me today, well, it's been the exact same sign for over 50 years. Like, how do you feel about changing that? And I said, well, I didn't rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and I want our signage in our community to be correct, and I want it to be accurate, and I think that's exactly what we did.
I had reached out to Congressman Petronas today. He was excited about it. Senator Scott gave me a thumbs up. We're excited to, have the new Gulf of America.
Commissioners tell me the county administrator has the authority to make changes up to $50,000 for things like this. It's unclear what other signage may be changing soon to change that Gulf name over. The changes were supposed to be unveiled in the ceremony, I was told, but commissioners tell me the sign company went ahead with the move this morning. The county's working on a formal announcement. In the studio, I'm Tanner Stewart.
At Avocado, how you sleep matters. Whether you crave indulgent luxury, a naturally cool night's sleep, ergonomic back support, or all of the above, sleep is never a one-size-fits-all at Avocado. And because your health and our planet is what matters most to us, Avocado's certified organic mattresses are made with natural and renewable materials. Discover why Avocado is one of the highest-rated mattresses in America. Visit our stores or your local retailer or shop online at avocadomattress.com.
A 62-year-old woman who was reported missing was found dead a day later in a dumpster in Northeast. We do want to warn you that the details of this case are disturbing. Our Washington, D.C. reporter Felicia Ashley joining us live now from Northeast, right in that parking lot where this discovery was made. Felicia, what are police telling you about this investigation so far, and whether there may be any surveillance cameras in that immediate area that shed some light on what happened?
Right. One thing we know is that this area is heavily monitored. We saw multiple cameras in this area, so we're still waiting for more details about what and if anything was caught on those cameras. But what police shared with us are the details of how this woman was killed, 62 years old. She was hit over the head with an object. She was suffocated. She was then put into a plastic bin and then thrown into this dumpster just behind me.
She was a sweet person.
Friends of Danella Bryan told me Danella loved her job as a medical assistant and was known as the smiling neighbor. When you saw her, what was her mood? How did she look?
She was in a good spirit, just like I am.
Tammy Chaplin told me she knew something was wrong last week. She said Danella's daughter asked neighbors if they saw her mother or who she was with.
She was a sweet, she loved everybody. That's my girl.
When was the last time you saw her?
A couple of weeks ago.
According to MPD's missing persons file, Danella was last seen in this area on the 300 block of N Street Thursday. And according to the police report, she lived in this apartment building. So how she ended up dead in a dumpster blocks away just 2 days later is still being investigated. I drove from the spot Danella was last seen to where her body was found. It's more than a mile away and in a shopping center. That's where I found a 70-year-old Deborah Matthews.
So sad to know that life ain't no more to you than throwing it in a dumpster.
While there, I saw the parking lot was always packed, and seniors go to the area to run errands.
We got to kind of stick together a little better than that. I know somebody saw something.
You heard her just say she knows somebody saw something. As I mentioned earlier, there are multiple cameras in this area. I also want to point out there is a former MPD station right there as well. I reached out to MPD and they told me that that station is not active in this space. Now, what we also learned is that there is a $25,000 reward for anyone that has any information that leads to an arrest or conviction for whoever did this to Danella. Now, reporting live from Northeast DC, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
At Avocado, how you sleep matters. Whether you crave indulgent luxury, a naturally cool night's sleep, ergonomic back support, or all of the above, sleep is never a one-size-fits-all at Avocado. And because your health and our planet is what matters most to us, Avocado's certified organic mattresses are made with natural and renewable materials. Discover why Avocado is one of the highest-rated mattresses in America. Visit our stores or your local retailer or shop online at avocadomattress.com.
Vice President J.D. Vance gives Russia and Ukraine an ultimatum on peace negotiations. I'm national correspondent Kayla Gaskins in Washington with where these ceasefire talks currently stand. High-level talks to bring the war in Ukraine to an end fell apart Wednesday after Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff opted not to attend the London meetings. Patience running thin from Vice President J.D. Vance, who spoke to reporters in India.
We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process.
The London talks stalled after Zelensky pushed back on a part of the U.S. plan that included Washington recognizing Crimea as part of Russia. On Wednesday, Zelensky called the deal absolutely reasonable and possible, but only if Russia agrees and stops the killing. Well, that didn't stop Trump from blaming Zelensky for the negotiation stalemate, saying his comments do nothing but prolong the killing field. The U.S. presented what it calls Trump's final offer to both sides last week. The terms would require major concessions on both sides.
But we want the killing to stop, and the only way to really stop the killing is for the armies to both put down their weapons.
Under the latest U.S. proposal, Russia would get U.S. recognition of their control of Crimea, recognition of Russian occupation of other key regions, a promise Ukraine will not join NATO, lifting of sanctions, and improved economic relationships with the U.S. Ukraine would get a robust security guarantee and European-led peacekeeping forces, the return of some land, access to a key river, and compensation and assistance for rebuilding. The plan was drawn up after a 4-hour meeting last week between Putin and Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff. Putin indicating an openness to dealing directly with Zelensky, telling reporters on Monday, "We need to sort this out, maybe even bilaterally." Trump's final offer also reportedly references a U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal, which Trump has said will be signed this Thursday. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
The man accused of throwing a small dog in a local trash bin reportedly admitted to police he was angry with the dog and wanted to teach him a lesson. According to a newly released arrest report, Alexis Flores was arrested on 3 counts of willful or malicious abuse of an animal after the incident was captured on camera earlier this month. Detectives met with Flores, who said he chased the dog for 45 minutes after it ran away, then nipped at Flores' daughter.
I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington, where President Trump continues to push the boundaries with his immigration policy and has been met with some pushback from federal judges and even the U.S. Supreme Court. Meanwhile, a judge in New Mexico serving since 2011 has just resigned following allegations he's been allowing a member of the gang Tren de Aragua to live with him and handle guns in his house. At first glance, the videos and photos tell a story of a family that loved guns, but who they shared those guns and their home with came as a shock to local authorities. The homeowner, Joel Cano, a Democratic judge in Doña Ana County, New Mexico, who resigned last month following a raid on his home, in which Christian Ortega Lopez was arrested, charged with being in the country illegally and possessing a firearm.
This judge's daughter is allowing this illegal alien to have access to firearms, which is unlawful under 18 U.S.C. 922G. It is a felony for this illegal alien to be in possession of firearms.
Court documents reveal he entered the country unlawfully in December 2023, and a few months later had been hired by the judge's wife, Nancy, who later offered him a place to stay in her residence that she shared with her husband. But most shocking, Homeland Security officials say Ortega Lopez displayed clear indicators of his association with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, or TDA. Not just his clothing or tattoos, but voicemails and text messages they say provide significant evidence for their case against him. One reason they ask that he remain behind bars.
Doña Ana County has been a hotbed of illegal immigration and drug trafficking, human smuggling for many, many years. And to see that a judge would allow this to happen, it's very concerning. It's concerning, what else has this judge been doing?
What we don't know is if Judge Cano or his wife will be charged with any crimes, like harboring an illegal immigrant or providing material support to a foreign terror group. President Trump designated TDA, as well as other gangs like MS-13, foreign terrorist organizations in an executive order he signed on his first day in office. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
At Avocado, how you sleep matters. Whether you crave indulgent luxury, a naturally cool night's sleep, ergonomic back support, or all of the above, sleep is never a one-size-fits-all at Avocado. And because your health and our planet is what matters most to us, Avocado's.
Thanks, Stable New. At 6 millions have seen a viral video of Congresswoman Nancy Mace and a local man getting into a loud argument at a store in Mount Pleasant.
Mace and Eli Murray Quick both filmed the interaction and posted it to social media. Our Claire Weber asked both of them today to explain what happened. Claire?
Katie Tessa, since the video was posted Sunday, Eli Murray Quick says he's received